this way before. Travel through the open door. Circumstances navigated the path, and life happened all so fast. No, it got lonely. Sometimes you see, I know we couldn't make it. Even when I'm off beat, I still land on my feet, and nothing can shake me, cause I know my time. I never. This is where I am destined to be. I'm not ready to give up. No. I believe in the miracle of life. Life's a break with no rehearsal. Learn quickly, they'll come for your role. Games get played, can't take it personal. Cause the devil is a liar. I'm telling you the truth. It's all in what you do. Some things you gotta do. Fight for millions. Take a second, see the blessing in it. For much expected, much is given. When I made the living, now I'm giving back to children. Never let the power come first before your happiness. Yes, you can be the best if you go the distance. Mix a little sweat with your persistence. You know that the best things are never instant. Just shine, let them see it brilliant. Get up, open up your eyes now. It's the moment of truth. No backing down. We're bringing it to life. Oh, for the children, it's a given. You gotta give it, be a blessing.
This my personal statement. Run the game like I'm aces. Learn and develop patience. Determined to be the greatest. Yeah, bobbing and weaving. They changing up like the seasons. Indigenous to the grind. So I do it for all my people. Jabbing the competition. Back up against the ropes. You fighting for recognition. I'm fighting just to promote equality where we lack it. While cancer slowing our road. I'm confident we'll make it. We focus on common goals. Yeah.
Give back, give love, give inside away. Never give up, stand tall to fight another day. 2 toes, 2 feet, I stand on the ground. I'm gonna wrestle and fight this final round. Life's a quick and no rehearsal. Learn quickly, they'll come for your role. Games get played, can't take it personal. Cause the devil is a liar. Telling you the truth, it's all in what you do. Some things you gotta do.
Dun, 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 dun. Hey, bounce with me. I know you feel this, y'all. Ooh. Hey.
I'm gonna shovel that out and give to those in need.
Okay, you got it. Great. Okay. Appreciate everybody coming in here, man. Thank you. Love is the word. DB. Love is the word. David, JP. We call him JQ. Fox fans, Phantom Brawler, Beautiful, Anad, DM, Kenny, Phantom Brawler, Jamil, Young World, Mike, Victor. Man, I appreciate y'all coming in here early, coming in here often. What up, big homie Kenny, David, KJ, Abdul, appreciate you, man. Amir, appreciate you. And the guest is already here, man. And I'm very excited to have this conversation. I am very excited to have this conversation, man. How are you doing?
I'm excellent. How about yourself?
Oh, I'm good. So I'll tell you how I heard about you. I saw you briefly on the Breakfast Club. Was that how long ago was that?
I believe it was 2017, 18.
Somewhere in there. Yeah. And then I lost track of you. And then when the letters came out about the police officer Ray Wood, didn't you just start, because I do so much Malcolm X and Nation of Islam research, you would just flood every time I opened up my YouTube, you were there. And I was like, man, we got to have this conversation. You know what I mean? Because you see the picture behind me. You can obviously tell what side of the fence I'm on. But I'm very interested first, do you want to introduce my audience to who is Dr. Wesley Muhammad before we dive into this topic of conversation?
I'm happy to just dive.
Okay, well, let's go. Let's go then. Let's go. So my first question is, did you hear the daughter say that the letter was false?
I did, yes.
And I was curious why you didn't retract your videos or make an addendum.
Oh, no retraction, no addendum is necessary. Mm-hmm. I love we knew about Raymond Wood long before Reggie Wood published his letter. I watched his daughter's interview closely. She said she wants, obviously, to remember her father as a hero rather than the villain that he was. And she's fighting to make the plaques and accolades that he got from the NYPD be the symbol of his work rather than Malcolm X laying prone on an Audubon ballroom stage as the symbol of his work. Now, she said, dear brother, that her father's work ended with the Statue of Liberty case. And everybody knows that that is absolutely not the case. He, with Gene Roberts, with McKinney Welch, was sent to the Black Panthers to infiltrate the Black Panthers. So we have what Reggie Wood's revelation provided was just another detail of confirmation of what we already knew from other sources. Now, I'll close it on this.
So you're taking over.
It's not just about the letter. If you read the book.
What book?
Reggie Wood's book. That's right here. And that's why it's important to be comprehensive.
I haven't read the book yet.
It's important. Mm-hmm. If we stop at the press conference with Brother Reggie and Brother Crump, and then we go to his daughter's statement and we stop there, see, that's an easy way out, but we have to be comprehensive. And then the book that lays out what Raymond Wood told Reggie, all of the details fit perfectly with everything that we already know. So this was not a revelation as much as it was confirmation.
Confirmation. So you would perceive the daughter as a falsehood, and you're going to lean on the fact of where everything fits in.
I know. I see the daughter as a loving daughter who seeks, rightly so, to remember her father as a hero. Remember, nobody wants to be associated with those horrific events of February 21st, 1965. But let's be honest. If everybody is to be vetted, emotion-free, if everybody is to have an accounting of their action on that day, of their role on that day, and I assume that's why you have me on your platform, because you expect or want the Nation of Islam to account for whatever role you think we had on that fateful day. And that's why I'm here. I'm happy to do so. But if nobody gets sentimental about us, everybody says that regardless of your feelings of the matter, we have to look at the facts coldly and objectively. Then likewise, Raymond Wood's daughter is a loving daughter, and I love her and honor her. But her desire to continue to see her father, who was a bossy agent, who was an infiltrator of the Black community. We would not give Gene Roberts a pass because his loved ones wants to rehabilitate him in a public square. So no, I don't see her as anything other than a loving daughter who wants her father, prefers her father to be remembered as a hero rather than a villain.
So you believe the Nation of Islam played no part in the assassination of Malcolm X?
The Nation of Islam as an institution played no part in the murder of Malcolm X. The Nation of Islam is not responsible for the murder of Malcolm X. That is a fact.
If one of the shooters admits to being a follower of the Nation of Elijah Muhammad, doesn't that constitute him as a Nation of Islam member?
Well, I would like you to tell me which shooter. We can go down the list and talk about all of the shooters and properly identify the shooters. But let me state this general point and principle.
No, we don't have to be general. We can be exact because the facts are there.
Yeah, it is. But don't miss the forest for the trees. Now, I'm about detail, Brother Frederick. I say God is in the details, and truth resides in nuance. In order for us to see nuance and appreciate it, we can't miss the forest for the trees. The general principle that I want to invoke is we must distinguish personal participation from institutional responsibility, because individuals who were behind the guns on that day had some, to various degrees, association with the Nation of Islam. That doesn't make the Nation of Islam institutionally any more culpable, as the fact that you would be better, you would be more accurate, but I would not advise you to say it. But if you did say it, you would be more accurate to say the Organization of African American Unity, Malcolm's organization, murdered Malcolm X. You would be more accurate to say that. Do you know why? The shooters were from Mosque number 25. But those who trained the shooters as assassins were not from the Nation of Islam. The trainers of the shooters, the real assassins, were from Malcolm X's own organizations, Organization of Afro-American Unity, and Muhammad Mosque Incorporated. So if the trainers of the shooters, the trainers of the assassins, the master assassins, weren't taking orders from Chicago, they weren't taking orders even from Newark. The trainers of the assassination of the assassins were those around Malcolm X himself, which is why Malcolm X didn't trust any of those around him. It was an inside job. The lowest hanging fruit is that his murder was an inside job, but we can go man by man and identify the highest hanging fruit, because even invoking James 67X Shabaz's responsibility, y'all like to identify.
I know, but you're just filibustering. I just asked a simple question. If a killer, if a person,
a detailed answer.
No, it's not it's not, because if you want to go to the origin of military training, you got to go to the U.S. government, which we will. No, let me finish. Which is the origin of militarized training. So if you could say the Malcolm's team trained them, where did the Nation of Islam get their origins of training from? So I mean,
but we're not talking about
Let me finish.
The Nation of Islam as an institution.
Let me finish.
We're talking about the murderers of Malcolm X.
No, I know, but we don't have to stroke with a broad brush because we have 50.
We're not. We got names. We're being very specific.
No, you're not. No, you're not.
I invoked the name of James 67X. I invoked the trainers.
Ask the question. Let me respond to you.
Okay.
I let you talk, and then I responded, and you cut me off.
Oh, okay. Yes, sir.
No, you don't have to serve me. We just gonna have a casual conversation. We're gonna get hot and cold, wherever we want to go.
And then every temperature, it's yes, sir, because you are my brother. That's how we are trained. And I don't stop my training because I'm on your platform, dear brother. It's yes, sir, and no, sir, because you're my brother. And this is a conversation of respect. I respect you, as difficult as it may get. I still respect my brother.
I know. So the simple question is, if Tal Myers, we'll call him by his original name, Thomas Hagen, admits that
that's not his name.
Okay, well we can
Thomas Hagen.
Thomas Hagen. Okay, if he says he is a follower of Elijah Muhammad and he went and got the guns, how can you exclude him from not being a nation, not being a member of the nation? It's really simple. He admits to it in an affidavit. I thought I was right. He said it in an interview. I thought I was doing the right thing. And then when I went to jail, the Nation of Islam did not support me. Was I a puppet? He said he was 50-50 on it. You've seen the interview, and I'm pretty sure many people have seen the interview. So at the end of the day, if you're going off, and that's why I wrote this down, being comprehensive and details. If a man has a consistent story for 65, 75, for 25 years, 1977 was the affidavit, and 1980 he gave another. For 25 years, he said the same story. You said comprehensive. And he said, and he's been very consistent. Doesn't that make it an absolute that he was a member of the Nation of Islam?
No.
Okay.
He has been consistent. And you are not really being comprehensive. Let's walk through it. So now let's have a dialogue, dear brother. This is not a debate, it's a conversation. So let's be clear on what we're talking about, because we aren't always talking about the same thing at the same time. Right? So let's talk about the 5 assassins that showed up on that day. I'm happy to start with Thomas Hare. We have to talk about William 25X Bradley in particular. But let's start with Thomas Hare. I saw the video, my dear brother, that was put up with my brother and colleague, student minister Nuri Muhammad, in which it said Nuri Muhammad has lied.
That's not where we're at now. See, you're changing to gain the court.
We're talking about Thomas Hare. We're talking about, because that video is about Thomas Hare.
Yes.
So let's talk about Thomas Hare, dear brother.
Y'all know us and Philip, but why we just can't have yes or no answers and questions?
No, absolutely not, because God is in the details and truth resides in nuance. Now, dear brother, I don't know what you invited me on your platform to do if it isn't to engage this very difficult subject of Malcolm X. You are not going to hand me a script, dear brother, and I won't be.
I don't want to script.
So allow me. I'm a guest on your platform, brother.
Mm-hmm. I know.
So allow me to present. You are the host. This isn't a debate. You invited me to your platform to have a conversation about Malcolm X. So let's have a conversation and respect me as a guest on your platform that you invited me to.
I do respect you, but I'm just saying.
Well, then allow me to answer these questions, not from your script, but from my understanding. Now, the video, you're asking about Talmadge hair. And the video I want to start with was a video about Talmadge hair. In that video, in which my brother, Nuri Muhammad, Minister Nuri Muhammad, is accused of lying.
No, he is lying.
So,
read the affidavit. Just read the affidavit. Read the affidavit word for word. We don't have to go into filibustering. Just I can screen share. If you would like,
why did you invite me on your platform? You seem mad.
No, I'm not mad. I'm not mad.
Allow me. You invited me. I did not.
I know until all I'm saying is this,
brother.
All I'm saying is this.
If you want to have a conversation, don't disrespect me like that. I'm just offering our understanding to the subject, but you want to.
I'll read it after you're done. No problem.
But that's neither here nor there, because if you won't allow me,
I am. It's all you.
No, you're not.
It's all
you're in your feelings, dear brother.
I can't know my feelings. Whether you're hot or cold, as long as we get to the finish line, as long as we
we can't get to the finish line if you want to dictate the terms of my answer.
Feel free, Dad. Feel free, Dad. Feel free. Feel free.
Well, so
I'm giving you a platform.
So what is this?
I am going because you're
what? So what? You want to do it like that?
No.
Or you want to have you want to have a street dialogue, or you want to have a professional, productive conversation?
Go ahead, and I will rebuttal your statement. That's all. When you're done. When you're done, I will rebuttal.
You will let me get done?
Absolutely.
All right, but you haven't yet. For some reason, you want to make this acrimonious.
No, all you.
Okay.
All you.
Nuri Muhammad neither lied nor was he mistaken. Nuri Muhammad said that in the affidavit or in the court transcript, because it's not just about the 2-page affidavit, it's also about the 3,000 pages of the court transcript, which I read every page of it, but I know it's easy to read 2 pages of a transcript and watch 5 minutes of a YouTube video. Talmadge hair was consistent from his confession during trial to his affidavits, to his interviews. What he said was he was a member of the Nation of Islam. He was registered. He got his X in 1962, but then he fell out. He got put on time. He came back to the Nation of Islam, but then he beat up a brother, Talmadge hair, and he got put on F time. Talmadge hair was in the Nation on February 21st, but he was not in the mosque. He was not an active minister. He was on F time. He was not in the mosque. Let me read to you from Muhammad Abdulaziz. Remember him, Norman 3X Butler, who went to jail with him? He was asked, was Hair a member of the Nation of Islam? And he answered, see, he was in the nation, but not in the mosque. Look at what he said. Well, he was, but not actively. He was inactive at the time. Something had happened. I don't know what it is. We know what it is, but he wasn't in good standing. So when Talmadge hair on trial, his words were, on that day, he wasn't a black Muslim, meaning he wasn't active in the mosque on that day because he was on F time. That's the truth of the situation, dear brother. There are many. So a trigger man who was put out of the mosque at the time he pulled the trigger, yet you still want to pin it on the institution that put him out of its ranks at the time. That's illogical. He did carry an X. He got it in 1962. So he was in the Nation of Islam, but he was not in the mosque. This is what our dear brother, Minister Nuri Muhammad, was saying accurately.
So was he following the teachings of Elijah Muhammad?
No. Well, in pulling that trigger, he was.
Was he
no?
Was he following the teachings of Elijah Muhammad?
The teachings of the Mosana boy Elijah Muhammad was leave Malcolm alone.
I'm not talking about him. I'm not talking about what Elijah Muhammad said. We'll get there in a second. Oh, I'm just asking.
No, you're asking me, was he following the teachings of Elijah Muhammad? That's what you asked me. And I answered you, no. The teachings of the Mosana boy Elijah Muhammad on a matter we're discussing was leave Malcolm alone.
Okay, now, when he pulled the trigger, was he doing it in favor of the teachings of Honorable Elijah Muhammad?
He was doing it because he was offered money to do it. He was offered $10,000 with the promise that if it went left for him, his family would get taken care of. But at the time of the trial in 1966, his family didn't see that money. So he gave a partial confession. Let's be clear. Again, I read all 3,000 pages of the court transcript. You're not going to get the full truth from the 2 pages of an affidavit. Now, if you read the court transcript, dear brother, you see that in his confession, there was an evolution and a vacillation in his confession in court. And every time since then, first, he identified 4 others with him. Then he identified 3, but we know that there were 6 active participants on that day. 1 to this day he hasn't confessed to, and also there's a reason. Talmadge Hare, before his release from prison, he spent the last 25 years on work release. 5 days out of his week, he's at home in New York, not in jail. He had a sweet deal, Talmadge Hare, because he gave a partial confession. He didn't tell it all. But what he did say, every single time he was asked, he was not operating off of orders from the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad. He said he didn't know who gave the order because Talmadge Hare was likened unto Private First Class Loudon Downey, you know, from A Few Good Men, that zealous soldier who carried out an order from his immediate officer but doesn't know who gave the ultimate order. Colonel Nathan Jessup, in this scenario, who gave the order, was not Minister James Shabazz from the Newark Mosque. The order came from the White House. And we are documenting that here.
Can I re-ask you the same question? Was he following the teachings?
I answered that explicitly. No, I answered it twice. No, he was not following the teachings of the Nation of Islam. The teachings were leave Malcolm alone.
Okay.
I answered that for you twice, dear brother.
Okay, so in the affidavit, he also says that he did it because Malcolm X was speaking disfavorable about Elijah Muhammad, and he thought that he was being very disrespectful, and he wanted to do it, and I'm paraphrasing, in honor of Elijah Muhammad. Is that a fact?
Yes, he believed
That's
two
it.
facts. No,
That's
no,
it.
no.
That's all I asked. Is it a fact? The answer is yes.
Is it a fact that there's two facts? He was a registered Muslim from 1962. He loved the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, but he was asked, he said the reason he agreed to the murder was because he was offered money. That's what he said. The reason he agreed to participate in the murder is because he was offered money. So the question isn't whether he loved the Honorable Elijah Muhammad or not. The question is who gave the order. And he never said, and he said specifically that he has no knowledge of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad giving such order. And so institutionally, the Nation of Islam cannot be held responsible. But I want to talk about William 25X Bradley. Talmadge Hayer was a private in that army. William Bradley, who the Netflix documentary focused on, and I hope we can unpack the Netflix Who Killed Malcolm X documentary. That documentary focused on William 25X Bradley. Now, what's important about William 25X Bradley, let me show something. Herald Tribune, February 23rd, 1965. Members of city's secret police unit saw Malcolm shot. In this article, it starts this way, quote, several undercover plainclothes policemen were in the Uptown meeting hall at the time Malcolm X was shot dead on Sunday. According to a high police official, several members of the outstanding unit, the highly secretive Bureau of Special Services, were in the ballroom. Several bossy members. Now, we can identify several of those bossy Bureau of Special Services members who were in the Audubon ballroom and witnessed the assassination, but not just witness. We're talking about William 25X Bradley, the shotgun shooter, the one who shot the fatal shot. Of those, several bossy officers, intelligence officers on that day, we can identify for a fact 3 and possibly 4. We know, of course, Gene Roberts was a bossy agent. We know Raymond Wood, who was there, was a bossy agent. And we know McKinley Welch. Now, McKinley Welch is important, dear brother. Talmadge Hayer got his instruction from an assistant secretary of Newark, Brother Benjamin. McKinley Welch was an assistant secretary in New York. He was also a boss agent in the Audubon. And he confessed that the reason he was in the Audubon that day with Gene Roberts and with Raymond Wood is that when Malcolm X left, that McKinley Welch was sent to infiltrate Mosque Number 7. He became a assistant secretary like Brother Benjamin out in Newark. And when Malcolm left the nation, Welch's superiors ordered him to follow Malcolm to his organization. So those three were in the Audubon ballroom that day. And this article says they know the shooter who ran out the side door by the ladies' bathroom. We know that one was Thomas Hare. I'm sorry, that one was William Bradley. Now, who is William Bradley? He's not just a Newark shooter. One of the most important eyewitnesses to the assassination is Roland Shepard, who was there that day, who did security. He was with the Socialist Party. And when he was over the security with Malcolm, whenever Malcolm would speak at the Militant Labor Forum, and Roland Shepard gives a very detailed eyewitness account. He saw, because he was one of the first ones in there, he saw William Bradley, though he didn't know his name at the time, sitting in the seat that he normally sits in. And when the shooting started, he saw William Bradley do the shooting, but this is what's important. 2 weeks after the assassination, the New York Police Department called Roland Shepard in to interview him about what he saw. Roland Shepard is on record saying that when he went to the New York Police Department, there he saw the same man who was at the Audubon Ballroom wielding the shotgun. He saw William Bradley walk into an office at the New York City Police Station where he was being interviewed at. He is one of the most important eyewitnesses who identified not just Thomas Hare on the scene with the shotgun, but 2 weeks later as an officer at the New York City Police Department.
Now, those are great details, but we already covered that because you just told me 10 minutes ago that yes, he was a nation, he was a follower of Elijah Muhammad. So I mean, those details are great, and it makes for a safe landing. I understand that, but we already answered that. You said yes, he was a follower of the nation.
Who are we talking about?
Hare. So we're clear on that. We're clear on that. I understand these details are great, and I'm not discounting or discrediting
in the details. We're talking about who's responsible for his murder. Thomas Hare was a patsy. He tells you that because he believed in Honorable Elijah Muhammad, yet he was put out of the nation and he violated an instruction of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. I don't care how much he says he loved the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. If the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said, leave Malcolm alone, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said a hypocrite is not to be killed. You can participate in his killing and then say, I love the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. It don't work that way.
Okay, let's start from the genesis of and then we can come back and get back to the details. I don't mind you sharing the details, but I just like yes or no answers because it just makes
no, sir. I'm
saying no. You give your details.
That's not me.
No, I'm saying I'm comfortable with you giving your details.
Let's be real clear there, brother. Let's be real clear. I will not try to script your questions to me.
No, I'm not trying
to presume to script my answers to you.
No, I'm not asking you to script your answer. I said
so please don't disrespect me like that. I'm not
disrespecting you.
Whatever you ask me, I'm going to answer it.
I said feel free. I'm telling you, feel free.
Yeah, but you're double speaking. You're saying feel free, but then you tell me only give you a yes or no.
No, I said in addition to. I said in addition to. I said and feel free to give your details because it makes it easier for the people that are listening.
Yeah.
I didn't interrupt you when you spoke for 15 minutes just now. I'm just now. And
because if you want to know from me, then whether it's 5 minutes or 15 minutes, you're gonna know from me. Now, if you invited me on your platform for another objective, then state it. And let's see if we can dance.
No, I don't.
We may or we may not be able to. All right. So if you invited me on your platform because you want to hear my and our perspective, then ask the question as you desire, but allow me to answer your question as I desire.
I did. I'm saying I did. Did I interrupt you? I did. You're just filibustering because you want to.
No, see, I'm not filibustering.
You want to be dominant, and
I'm answering your questions.
I know,
but you don't like.
No, I don't mind how you. No, I don't know. Your answer is fine because you answered my question.
Let's continue.
Now, can I just say something without interruption?
Yes, sir. You may.
You answered the question. It just took you 20 minutes. I'm comfortable with that.
But see, every time you say that, it's disrespectful.
How come I can't say something? How come I can't speak?
Because you're being insulting unnecessarily, dear brother.
I can't speak. I let you talk for 15 minutes.
You can speak.
I want to be respectful.
But you're being insulting for no reason at all.
How am I being insulting when I said you spoke for 20 minutes and you answered the question? I have no problem with that. If you said you're on my platform, I asked the question and you can answer it as long as you want.
Mm-hmm. So then if that's the case, then we should have no more talk about how long my answers are.
I don't mind you. I just said that.
We should hear no more about how long my answers are.
I just said that.
Okay.
You can. I don't mind you having the dominant personality. I don't mind. I know you.
See, brother, that's the point I'm making. Game recognized game. I'm not game goofy. To insert comments like that, insulting comments like that, dear brother, you invited me to your show.
I haven't
to talk about Malcolm, and I'm only offering you my perspective, but you are, in truth, being a weasel at moments.
Sure.
For what?
Respect. We're on different sides of the fence.
What? But we can be respectful and productive in our conversation.
Yeah.
Even if you think we're on different sides of the fence, you haven't. Discussed with me yet. So you don't know.
I can't even get a complete thought out with you. You overtalk me. You about to talk again. You called. I never called you out your name. You called me a weasel.
No, I didn't weasel. We get into that point.
Can I speak? Can I speak? Can I speak? Sit for real.
Absolutely.
Okay. Now, if you don't mind, I will gladly ask another question.
Absolutely. And I will gladly answer it.
And you can answer it as long as you want. But I'm saying if you filibuster answer or elongate your answer, let's use the word elongate. How about that? If you elongate your answer, I mean, typically answers is either yes or no, I agree or disagree, and then you can filibuster any you can put the answer any way you want. But let me ask the next question. Okay, so in 1963, right? Because I try and organize. I have my notes, right? But I try and organize it so people can follow the story. You understand? So in 1963, somewhere in there, Warif Muhammad has a conversation with Malcolm X, right? And
February 1963.
It was early 63. I don't want to. Feel free to interject the dates and all that, but I'm just trying to keep it aligned for the audience, right? He has a conversation, and he talks about, because this is, in my opinion, I believe that this is the genesis of the beginning of the assassination of Malcolm X. Now, he has a conversation with Warif Muhammad, and he tells him about the immorality is the word that they used, immorality of Elijah Muhammad, right? And Malcolm X has a conversation with Elijah Muhammad about the immorality. And Elijah Muhammad he admits to it, according to Malcolm, as a quote, He admits to it, and he uses parables. He uses parables to justify the claims. Now, my question to you is, were those Elijah Muhammad's wives?
They absolutely were. In the history as you gave it, is that it's not the history, nor is that what Malcolm said. So the conversation with Wallace happened during Savior's Day,
February
1963.
Yeah.
But Malcolm had known about the wives before then. There was a particular revelation that he encountered from Wallace in February 1963 that hurt his heart. Malcolm, according to his own words in his autobiography, knew about the wives, the language Malcolm used, we're going to show that, knew about the wives since 1962. In February of 1963, during Savior's Day in Chicago, he had dinner with Wallace, and Wallace told him that of the wives of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, two in particular, Sister Evelyn X. Williams and Sister Lucille. That hurt Malcolm to find that out, because Malcolm was previously engaged to Sister Evelyn, but a week later he broke off that engagement. That hurt Malcolm. Malcolm left, hurt, but then he went back. Him and Wallace, according to Malcolm X's own confession, he went back and had another conversation with Malcolm, and they didn't speak to the Honorable Elijah Muhammad yet. That was April. Malcolm said that he and Wallace went through the scriptures on their own and found the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad's domestic life in the scriptures. This is Wallace and Malcolm. In April, Malcolm flies to Phoenix to see the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. You just then, as was done in Spike Lee's movie, X, totally do violence to that April meeting. It is absolutely not the case that Malcolm confronted the Honorable Elijah Muhammad and the Honorable Elijah Muhammad tried to justify it with scripture. The exact happened. Let me read to you what Malcolm said. Said, quote,
what are you reading from? No, I know where you're reading from.
Malcolm X.
No, I'm saying where.
This is page 140. I'm sorry, page 305. Page 305 of the autobiography of Malcolm X. Elijah Muhammad, listen to his words. This is how it went down. After Wallace and Malcolm go through the scripture and find the scriptural basis of their father's domestic life, Malcolm says this, quote, Elijah Muhammad had me fly to Phoenix to see him in April 1963. We embraced, as always, and almost immediately he took me outside, where we began to walk by his swimming pool. He was the messenger of Allah. When I was foul, vicious convict, that other convicts had called me Satan, this man had rescued me. He was the man who had trained me, who had treated me as if I were his own flesh and blood. He was the man who had given me wings to go places, to do things I otherwise never would have dreamed of. We walked, and with me caught up in a whirlwind of emotions. Well, son, Mr. Muhammad said, what's on your mind? Malcolm says, plainly, frankly, pulling no punches, I told Mr. Muhammad what was being said. And without waiting for any response from him, without waiting for any response from him, I said that with his son Wallace help, I found in the Quran and the Bible that which might be taught to Muslims as the fulfillment of prophecy. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad said to him, son, I'm not surprised. You always had a good understanding of prophecy. See, the wicked deceivers flip it. It was Malcolm who told the Honorable Elijah Muhammad what he was hearing, and at no point did the Honorable Elijah Muhammad try to justify it. Malcolm didn't even allow his teacher to respond. He let him know that he and Wallace found the scriptural support for his domestic life, that his domestic life is a matter of a fulfillment of prophecy. So everyone who makes the Honorable Elijah Muhammad trying to justify to Malcolm, they are doing violence to Malcolm's own account of what happened.
So are they wedding certificates, wedding marriage licenses, and if Clara Muhammad was it 1919 they got married? I'm just asking questions, and
no, they're awesome questions. So
and part two to that is why did he suspend them? Why did he suspend the women? One, and why was it not public for him to be in the presence of them during Savior's Day, i.e. when he's traveling, having speaking engagements?
Excellent questions.
Mm-hmm.
Again, they were wives, as Malcolm knew and always stated, until he left the court June 14 and 15 of 1964. Let's hear first from the women. As Sister Lucille said, quote, he told us we were his wives.
What year was that though? Because that changed.
No, this is in 1960. This is 1964. 1965. This was after Malcolm had convinced her and Sister Evelyn to file paternity suits against the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Malcolm convinced them. Malcolm secured Attorney Root. And at that time, Lucille's words were, quote, he told us we were his wives. Let's quote Malcolm's words. Then we're going to get to wives. In the courtroom, this is a transcript of the Queen's Court hearing for the house that Malcolm was residing in and that the Nation of Islam was reclaiming. He was represented that day by his attorney, Percy Sutton. This is a transcript of his words, a partial transcript. Look at what Malcolm says in court. Quote,
tell them the date so people know, because you're big on details.
Yes, June 14th, 1964.
And this is over the home, right?
He's over the home.
Right? In Queens, right?
In Queens. Okay. Malcolm says in court on that day, quote, I said I would have kept the whole thing secret and private if they would have given me a hearing. They would rather take the public court than keep it private among the Muslims, simply because I told Joseph that the Honorable Elijah Muhammad had taken on 9 wives. Simply because I told Joseph that the Honorable Elijah Muhammad had taken on 9 wives. But let's not stop there. This is the New York Post. It is February 23rd, 1965. They too quote Malcolm as saying, quote, I told members of my mosque that Elijah was living with 9 wives and 6 children by those wives. But I've since found out it was 7 wives. So in those 3 sentences, he identifies them as wives 3 times. Malcolm always used the language wives because he understood them for what they were. It was after Malcolm in court identified these sisters accurately as his wives, as they identified themselves then as his wives, Malcolm came out of court and before the cameras twist the narrative and uses the language teenage secretaries. He didn't say that in court. He said it trying to win in the court of public opinion, but in the actual court, he stuck to the truth.
So why was it private? Why was it a secret? Yeah. And why did he suspend them if they were his wives? Why did he was very aggressive as it pertains to being a father to those kids, and aggressive like with his dialogue, with his energies, as it pertains to the women and them asking for money? I actually have interviews, and I'm going to clip you, and I have interviews with people that was around him at that time, and I'm going to clip you, and I'll definitely tag you at that point. But the point I want to make is, why was it a secret if those were his wives? Why did he suspend them? Why did he not acknowledge the kids before his vast Nation of Islam?
That was his private life. The Nation of Islam at that time, he kept his wives hidden for the same reason he kept the photo of Master Fard Muhammad hidden. Today, you see Muslims holding up the portrait of our Savior, Master Fard Muhammad, freely. And so you might think that that picture was always public in the Nation of Islam. It was not. The picture of our founder was a secret. And when the Los Angeles Herald Examiner, trying to cause mischief, put that portrait out there with a false narrative, that was when Muslims for the first time saw the portrait. It was because the Muslims at the time, only recently being a so-called Negro in America, psychologically wasn't prepared to understand that portrait of the Savior. The same with the domestic life of the messenger of God. Most of the Nation of Islam, most of us Muslims, men in particular, only a few days up from being a Negro, a bona fide Negro, shaped and molded into the ways and thinking of the American white man, we were not able to appreciate his domestic life in the divine context that we needed to have. So he did keep it a secret. Now, are you married, brother?
Sure.
So you know, marriage is a very tumultuous process. The process of a man loving a woman and a woman loving a man There's a whole bunch of toxic moments in any relationship. So to point out the ups and downs, the tumultuous moments in his relationship with his wives is unfair. I have tumultuous moments. I'm sure you have with yours. I would not want anyone querying me about why me and my wife are having a moment. Now, those same wives who had moments with their husband, we got them on record at that time and till today. They give a clear accounting of their relationship with the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad, and they give a clear accounting of what happened with Malcolm. If we are going to focus so much on them, then let them speak. Let's respect their perspective. And their perspective was that they were his wives. And they said in their statement, yeah, all husbands and wives have tumultuous moments. Can't ask a man why you having a tumultuous moment with your wife. That's par for the course.
So the extension of that question is, why is his 8 kids with Clara Muhammad public and the 13 he had outside private?
You mean why were they? For the exact same reason I just told you why the wives were private. If the wives are private, certainly the children will be private.
Private. Okay. And you, so Clara Muhammad has a wedding license, but the other wives do not.
Because Clara Muhammad and the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad got married when they were Christians. They had an American marriage. But then after they met with God, and God made the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad his messenger, at that point, the criterion by which to judge his behavior, the behavior of the messenger of God, is not the American judicial system. It's what does scripture say? And so this is why Malcolm didn't have any problem going throughout the East Africa and the Middle East, embracing all of these Muslims and Africans who had multiple wives and concubines, none of which had an American court-issued license. But he embraced them, he loved them, and offered no criticism because they had wives.
Did Clara Muhammad embrace all those wives?
Sister Clara was hurt, as a woman would. This is why, dear brother, no male member of the Nation of Islam is permitted to engage in polygyny, the practice of taking more than one wife. None of us are. That is the burden reserved. I said burden, I didn't say privilege. Multiple wives is the burden reserved for the messenger of God, because we are dirty. We got too much nigger in us, too close to our surface. And so we will engage in that. We will engage in it in a way that does profound damage to the women. That is a hurtful state of affairs, mostly for the woman. So Sister Clara was deeply hurt. She loved her husband and she never left him, but she was hurt. She did not like it. But you will be hard pressed to find a woman that would like it. The wives of Prophet Muhammad did not like that they weren't the only one. No woman likes that. So yes, Mother Clara was hurt, understandably so. May Allah be pleased with her.
So, but by her being you called her Mother Clara Muhammad, am I correct?
That is correct.
Is her happiness, how much does Elijah Muhammad value her happiness in terms of being the mother of the Nation of Islam? If she doesn't approve of the 13 other kids and the 8 other wives, why is she invalidated?
She isn't invalidated. The Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad absolutely cared and was hurt by her hurt. But Mother Clara didn't make her husband the messenger of God. God did. So he was following the dictates of his God. He is the fulfillment of the Quran's Muhammad and the Bible's Jesus. He didn't want to do it. So regardless of the fact that he knew at some point it was not going to stay private and he was going to have to endure the pain of its revelation, he did not, I suspect that it will come the way it did come. But he cared about his wife's pain, but he had to do what the messenger of God was instructed to do. Not just in that matter, in all matters. Mother Clara did not make him the messenger of God. God made him the messenger of God.
So why would you use the word pain? And part 2 to that is, was Malcolm X right or wrong as it pertains to the women? If Clara Muhammad isn't happy and there's pain, was Malcolm X right or wrong?
Malcolm X
and what he said about the secretaries and 2,
very wrong.
He was very wrong for what?
He was maliciously wrong.
No. Was he wrong? If it's the truth, how was he wrong?
No. One, he was wrong because in a court of law, he properly identifies them as what they were. Wives taken by the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. When he came out to court, he deliberately misrepresented them as teenage secretaries, and none of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad's wives were teenagers. An important book, Brother Student Minister Demetric Muhammad. He
was on. Nice.
And y'all kill Malcolm. You should read his book.
Nice, man.
He details the ages. None of those wives were teenagers.
I'm not dating ages. I'm not dating. I never said teenage. I never said teenage because
you asked me, was he wrong? And I'm saying he was maliciously wrong when he spoke the truth in the courtroom. He properly identified those sisters in the courtroom and then came out of the court and engaged the court of public opinion with a deliberate misrepresentation of those women and their relationship to the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Yes, he was wrong.
So why didn't Elijah Muhammad acknowledge his kids? Why did they need a paternity test?
No, they didn't. Malcolm, the sisters were pregnant and having a moment with their husband, and Malcolm intervened in that. Malcolm is the one who secured the attorney for him. Malcolm is the one, and you know why he insisted that they file paternity suit? It was not their idea. It never was. Malcolm, when he got bitter over being evicted from his house, Malcolm tried to use his knowledge of the domestic life as a bludgeon against the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. He went to newspapers with the story, and none of them will print it for fear of libel. We have Malcolm, the transcript of Malcolm's calls, complaining that none of the news outlets will run the story. They told him the only way they could run his story is if any of the sisters filed paternity suit. Malcolm took that, went to LA, and insisted that these sisters file a paternity suit. They initially resisted. He secured the attorney for them. He got them to file paternity suit. They say this. So it was not them who was filing paternity suit. It was Malcolm who was filing paternity suit because the papers, the news outlets told him that's the only way they could run his story.
Did they file the paternity suit?
No, it was never filed. Root, once Malcolm was killed and everybody was shook. And so Malcolm sent James 67X to LA and others to handle that detail, that scandalous detail. And when Malcolm was murdered, James 67X was the inside man for this assassination, now known as Abdul Razak. He was the inside man for this assassination. So when Malcolm got killed in a public execution, Malcolm's wasn't an assassination. Martin Luther King's was an assassination. Robert Kennedy's was an assassination. But John F. Kennedy and Malcolm X, those were public executions. And Assistant District Attorney Dermody, Vincent Dermody, he said from that courtroom in New York that the public execution of Malcolm X was an object lesson to his followers. Now, Assistant District Attorney Dermody worked with the FBI to railroad the Nation of Islam. He was an inside man. So when he says the public execution, the brazen, he uses the language brazen, the brazen public execution of Malcolm X was an object lesson to his followers. An object lesson is a lesson, an abstract principle taught by a visual, physical example. His followers, his people, got the lesson. It was his people who were the primary organizers on the ground of the assassination. Malcolm's people over at OAAU and MMI, not over in Newark. It was Malcolm's people who were the primary organizers of the hit. So when it went down, the whole attorney route and paternity, that was on nobody's mind. So it just died.
Okay. Now, Wallace Muhammad, can you elaborate on the conversation you had with his mother about his dissatisfaction with the disrespect of Clara Muhammad and the disrespect of his kids from his first marriage? That the conversation, I know you saw the conversation with he and Louis Farrakhan on the DS having the conversation, and why was he dissatisfied with his father and kicked out of the Nation of Islam or suspended. I don't know what words you guys use, but suspended from the Nation of Islam for having these conversations. Multiple times, 5, 6 times, sure.
Right. That wasn't why he was put out the Nation of Islam.
I mean, but it was for multiple reasons, but
right, and they're important.
But if we can answer just this, can we answer this part, and then you can elaborate and go as long as you want.
Yes.
Why was Clara Muhammad hurt and Wallace Muhammad hurt? Because Elijah Muhammad had all these wives and kids.
Well, we answered your first question. Why Mother Clara was hurt?
I know that, but now I'm adding to it. Yes.
A implies C. So that answer implies the answer to your follow-up question. All of the children of Mother Clara saw her in her hurt. They loved their mother. And just as Mother Clara couldn't get past her hurt over her husband's domestic life, her children could not get past the hurt it caused their mother. So we in the Nation of Islam, under the Honorable Brother Minister Louis Farrakhan, are not allowed to judge the children of Mother Clara. Their human pain is understandable. We can't put ourselves in their shoes. We understand why they would be hurt with their mother in that pain. So we accept that. It doesn't change the facts, but we don't judge them for their hurt. Now, Wallace, Imam Wahiduddin Muhammad, he also had profound theological disagreements with his father. He got put out of the mosque on occasions because of theological difference. Imam Wahiduddin Muhammad did not believe Allah came in a person of Master Fard Muhammad. So that theological battle played out, and it reverberated in many different quarters. But the children of Mother Clara, they're human. Okay. They experience human pain. And we don't judge them for that.
So would you say that Elijah Muhammad broke the vows of he and Clara Muhammad if she has pain?
No.
Okay, that's fine.
No. I don't know a man who has a wife
because private
caused her pain.
No, I'm not. See, that's a broad brush. We're just focused on Clara and Elijah.
What I'm saying is, allow that man. He's a husband with a wife, and so the normal husband-wife stuff applies.
So that's normal. So that's normal.
Absolutely, it's normal.
Okay. How many kids do you have, by the way? That's curiosity.
I have 5.
How many girls you have?
I have 4 girls.
Congratulations. You almost close. You actually was attempting to follow in the footsteps of Malcolm, but let me would you allow either of your 4 daughters to be 9, 10, 11, 12?
Say that again.
Would you allow either of your daughters to be 9, 10, 11, 12 of Elijah Muhammad's wives? Asking a question.
The Honorable, that's an impossibility. Would I allow my daughters?
Because I'm trying to understand
Elijah Muhammad's wives. Are you asking?
Yes, I'm asking.
Question. Would I allow my daughters to engage in a polygynous relationship?
Because he's doing God's work. That's why I'm asking. Would you allow your 4 daughters to be wife?
You're saying that if I were back in 1965, would I allow? Because there's an illogic. Let's just keep it. So 2 questions you can ask me. Would I allow, Brother Wesley, would you allow your daughters to be a sister wife? Is that what you want to know? Would I allow my daughter to be a sister wife? Or I would say no, because me as a man, I can't take sister wives. So I would not want my daughter to be a sister wife.
So that goes against your
the
policy of
the Nation of Islam. It is forbidden for men to take wives, and it is forbidden for women to be sister wives in the Nation of Islam. It was then, it is now.
So you wouldn't allow it. You said a whole lot, but you wouldn't allow it. But if Elijah Muhammad is doing the will of God, you should have no objection to that.
Well, no. If would I be happy if my daughter was a wife of the Christ? Absolutely, I would.
You said daughter.
Daughter, yeah, we're talking about my daughter.
Yeah, okay.
Would I allow or approve of my daughter being the sister wife of some brother FOI? No. Would I be happy if the Christ selected my progeny to build the new world through? I would be ecstatic, dear brother.
So you wouldn't object. I'm trying to get clarification because you just flip-flopped in your answer. So what I'm
no, there's 2 levels of answer. And that's for why I keep saying that there's a difference. I don't know why you're not recognizing.
Oh, I'm not.
We're drawn between the messenger of God,
yes,
and Brother Wesley. Brother Wesley can't take no sister wives.
So you could not you. I said so you could handle. You would give your daughter away to Elijah Muhammad, being child number 22, wife number 9, and staying in private.
Oh, absolutely. If I were in that day.
Okay.
So you want to retroject me and my daughters back in 1965.
And I only asked you that for your ideology, not out of disrespect for your daughters. I'm just
no,
and I'm not saying that to you. I'm saying that to the people in the audience because I don't want.
And it's important that you don't miss the nuanced point that I keep trying to give to you. We are talking the messenger of God's domestic life. It's not the template for FOI's domestic life. And so, no, I would not allow my daughter to be a sister wife to any brother. But if the messenger of God selected my daughter as a divine wife, a mother of the faithful, yes, I would be ecstatic. And I would understand, dear brother, that there's a lot that goes with that very difficult and burdensome situation, because it's a divine situation. Those circumstances are above my intellectual and spiritual pay grade.
That's real fancy. Okay, now let's digress to Malcolm and Islam. You said in Islam you can have more than one wife. It allows you to have more than one wife because this is not this ideology in this country, right? I'm paraphrasing what you're saying for understanding my understanding. I'm regurgitating my understanding. So if you don't agree with a normal Nation of Islam member having more than one wife, which is allowed by the Quran, according to what you just said 35 minutes ago. I have it in my notes.
Mm-hmm. I say it right now.
Oh, I know. Why would you forbid your daughters in 2021 to do it if The Quran, in which you follow every day of your life, allows it.
Yeah. The Quran allows, under certain circumstances, the taking of 4 wives. We in the Nation of Islam in the West, we do strive to follow the Holy Quran every day of our life, but we don't stop there. This is the son of Islam that's rising in the West, rather than the son of Islam that has historically rose in the East. So while the Quran permits it, the Nation of Islam in the West forbids it for the male members at this time. It's circumstantial. That same Quran also allows concubines. It allows concubinage. What the right hand possesses, concubine, a female slave taken in war. But we in the Nation of Islam are not going to engage in the practice of concubinage. So everything that's permitted in the Quran isn't prescribed for us here in the West, because we're talking about the so-called Negro who was born in the sin and shaped in the iniquity of American white supremacy.
So the religion of Islam is regional.
Oh, in its manifestation, it's very regional. It's profoundly regional in its manifestation.
God is regional. That's interesting.
No, you didn't talk about God. You said Islam. And
I'm saying, but Allah is God. So I'm saying,
well, but God ain't Islam in its local manifestations. Indonesian Islam is not the same as Nigerian Islam. Yemeni Islam is not the same as South African in its manifestation. So the manifestation of Islam, the articulation of Sharia, Islamic law, is profoundly regional across the world. In fact, one of the reasons there's such stark contrast between the application of Sharia in various countries is because that which is called Sharia or divine law in each of these countries didn't come from heaven. It came from the local culture. The local culture was subsumed by the religion and presented as the religion, when in fact it was local culture. That's the real state of Islam in the world today.
So basically you go, I mean, because you contradicted what you said the first half of the interview when you say that. I'm talking about not that answer, but the previous answer. So when when you play it back, you'll definitely see it. So when the portion of Islam fits your lifestyle, that's when you put the shoe on.
No, we're very clear. We don't say 4 wives is acceptable today, and then by some whim, even though the circumstances haven't changed, it's acceptable now. We have been consistent in our way of life for 90 years now, because our way of life is prescribed by the God that came from the East to the West. We do not follow the Muslim world. This is why, dear brother, while the Muslim world in their star and crescent, their crescent is in the last quarter. It's going out. Ours is distinctly different. Our crescent on our lapel is in the first quarter. It's the new moon. We are the new Islam. We are not day by day Islam. For the last 90 years, we've been the new Islam. We are establishing the new Islam here in the West, because the old Islam in the East has gotten, over the last 1400 years, so profoundly corrupted and usurped by white supremacy in Islam, it is not the medicine that it once was. The Islam of the world today is not medicinal. The Islam of the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad that has been consistent for 90 years is medicinal. So we stick with this. And if the Muslim world would wise up, it would follow the lead of the new son of Islam that has risen in the West.
Is a Nation of Islam believe in separation?
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Is it an all-black organization?
Absolutely.
No, I'm asking. I'm asking because
the Nation of Islam is an all-black. In terms of, are there whites? No, there are no white members of the Nation of Islam.
Are whites allowed to be a part of the Nation of Islam?
No, sir, they are not.
Okay, I'm just curious because I heard Farrakhan say that whites will be a part of the nation.
And in the future, because the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad said that in the hereafter, after the destruction of the white man's world, there are a few whites who will make it into the hereafter.
Yeah.
But that's not here now, that's hereafter.
Okay. Now, the reason why I asked, because not about that, but we're progressing from the wives. So obviously there's dissension in the Chicago home, right? And as it pertains to the wives.
The whole conversation won't be about.
No, because we're progressing to the reason why I believe one of the reasons why Malcolm X was assassinated. That's why I'm trying to walk through this story.
Okay.
He suspends him. Now we're leading into the comments about JFK. He suspends him for saying the chickens have come home to roost. Everyone has seen it.
No.
And he suspends them for 90 days, correct?
He suspends them for disobedience.
Disobedience, right? And because he made a comment, he told weeks prior not to make a comment about the assassination of.
Not weeks prior, the day of.
Oh, the day of. I'm sorry, but I'm talking about
3 times. He was.
Yeah.
Malcolm received 3 instructions, as every minister was instructed to say nothing concerning the assassination of Malcolm X. I'm sorry, the assassination of John F. Kennedy. 2 directives were sent out through the secretary's office around the nation. And then Malcolm was given a 3rd specific reminder by the Honorable Elijah Muhammad before he went to deliver his speech at the Manhattan Center in New York. So that's why he was silenced, not because he made a truthful statement. And as Malcolm said in his conversation with Peter Goldman, Malcolm said that the Honorable Elijah Muhammad told him that he spoke the truth, but he disobeyed. And Malcolm's words were this, quote, "I should have kept my big mouth shut," end quote.
Now, why wasn't he reinstated after? Why didn't they get reconnected after 90 days or get reinstated? Which was right.
Continued disobedience.
Okay.
Understand what. So you have to know something about the workings of the Nation of Islam, and most people who comment have no clue about our workings. That's why they miss the mark so much. When Malcolm was suspended on December 4th, he was put in what's called he was given what's called C time. Now, what that means is if you are a holder of a post in the Nation of Islam, in his case, he was a minister. That means you could still come to the mosque. You are not isolated from the community, but you can engage in none of the activities of your post. He could not speak from his rostrum in New York or any other rostrum. He could not give any public statements or interviews. Those were the conditions of his seat time. That was to last 90 days. Malcolm, on multiple occasions, and we have the dates and the statements, spoke to the press. Do you remember we just watched that show, One Night in Miami? Our memory should be jogged. We see the news clip of Malcolm with Muhammad Ali in Miami. And the reporters are asking Muhammad Ali questions, and then they turn to Malcolm and said, well, are you teaching him? You remember that clip? They say, are you teaching him, Malcolm? And Malcolm says, no, I'm not teaching him Islam. I know. So we all know that clip. Well, Malcolm was being disobedient. That was in February. Malcolm was not supposed to be speaking to the press, but Malcolm continued speaking to the press. And so he continued being disobedient. So now, in that whole time, Malcolm, while continuously being disobedient to the terms of the seat time, he was also continuously sending letters to the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad begging for reinstatement. Now, a very important meeting and hearing occurred January 2nd and January 6th.
In 1964.
1964. While he's on seat time. Because of the continued disobedience, Malcolm had a hearing with the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad, the Supreme Captain Raymond Sharif, and the National Secretary John Ali at the time. That's how hearings happen with laborers. This myth that Malcolm should have had a hearing among the body, that's not how the Nation of Islam works. You march out publicly once the hearing has taken place with the four laborers. But in any case, Malcolm, in that meeting, he apologized. He confessed to the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad, and we have the transcript of the meeting in the FBI files on Malcolm X.
So you're going to use the FBI files?
Well,
because if you're going to use the FBI files, we're going to make a sharp left. I'm just saying,
everybody.
No, I don't mind. I don't mind. Because
if you use single book, it doesn't. Oh,
if you use FBI files, then we can quote Elijah Muhammad about Moses. I mean, because
I absolutely use them. I'm not afraid of the files.
I don't want you to be afraid of them. I'm saying if you're going to use that conversation
judiciously.
No, I'm saying no. I'm just saying
yes.
If you're going to use
that,
quote,
they're very important. They're very important. The FBI files.
Okay, that's fine.
There's no reason to not avail ourselves to them. We aren't slaves to them. Okay. But we avail ourselves to them. But what's important is Malcolm.
Because I'm going to tell you this. If you use the FBI files for a conversation, then you got to use the FBI files all the way up to February 21st, 1965.
And we absolutely should. I have the FBI.
What in case closed then?
I don't know.
Case closed.
I don't know what FBI file you're reading.
I mean,
I don't understand. I never.
What I'm saying is,
presented myself as a don't use the FBI file.
No, because the reason why I say that and I stayed away from it in this conversation is because no one can say that's what they said exactly. You understand? Now, time and location. No, can I finish?
No, I'm disagreeing with you.
No, time and location. Time and location. I think the FBI files are pretty damn good. Like in terms of Elijah Muhammad was here, Malcolm X was there, whoever else was there. He traveled to Phoenix on TWA. That's fine. But in terms of the dialogue, I mean, if you want to use the dialogue, then I mean, you might as well just say, I mean, it's done. If you're going to use it for that conversation in January, which I know the conversation, then we got to use it. Then we got to use it when Elijah Muhammad said he must be silenced. When Elijah Muhammad said treat him like Moses. Treat him like Moses treated them. So at the end of the day, Elijah Muhammad, according to you, because we're going to use that conversation, Elijah Muhammad is accountable for one, creating the energy and not allowing the people to say, do not lay a hand on Malcolm, because he said his eyes must be closed. He must be silent. So at the end of the day, I appreciate it. And I wanted to stay away from those files. But since you want to use the files for that conversation, then I can
stay away from the files. Then let me give you my assessment of the FBI files. Thank you for giving me yours.
Just the same one. We got the same files. It ain't no.
Giving me your assessment.
Oh, assessment. Yeah.
Thank you for giving me your assessment of the FBI files on Malcolm X. Allow me to give you my assessment on the FBI files, the CIA files, and the Boss files. All of them are very important. We should avail ourselves to them. We should read them meticulously, all of them. So
I never brought up the files. You brought up the files.
I did, and I'm going to continue with the files, because my assessment is the files have great value. But how I use the files,
when it benefits you, though, but when it doesn't benefit you, you're not gonna. That's what I'm saying.
You never heard that from me.
No, but what I'm saying, if
I use
narrative, no, hear me out.
False narrative. You never heard me say.
No, I'm not. I didn't accuse you of that. But what I'm saying is,
said you.
No, listen.
You never heard me say this and not that. No.
I just want to say this, and feel free to look for what you're looking for. As you're looking for that, I'll say this. When the storyline benefits you, you're going to use it as a 100% absolute.
You're making a presumption that you never heard from me.
No, but listen to what I'm saying. Let me finish, and then you can assess my. I talking.
I thought you was finished.
I talk. I told him yesterday. I speak in complete thoughts, not complete sentences. I think it's more important. So if you use the FBI files in terms of dialogue. In terms of dialogue, what Elijah Muhammad said that day, because I can pull up the files and I know exactly where that's at. That's in probably chapter number 13 or 14, somewhere in there, one Elijah Muhammad's file, number 9 or 10 in Malcolm X file, maybe 10, 11, 12, somewhere in there. I know it's somewhere in there. But what I'm saying is this: if you use that dialogue to substantiate your point as a fact, the FBI files, then I have the right to substantiate the FBI files as a fact to substantiate my truth. So when did and when didn't the FBI files dialogue not be true? That's a slippery slope you're going in.
May I respond?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead. Mm-hmm.
That's your slippery slope.
No, I don't have
my slippery slope.
Because I want to use the FBI files.
Brother, listen to me.
We can rock out on the FBI files, but
let's rock out. Again, that's your slippery slope. You never got any indication from me that the FBI files are dangerous territory. You never got any indication from me that I'm picking and choosing from the FBI files. We have to be judicious in our use. So I was trying to tell you how I use the FBI files.
And I'm not saying, but
so you finished, brother. I'm trying to give you you gave me your assessment. It's a slippery slope.
I'm with it.
Not so much a slippery slope for me.
I'm with it.
For me, what I use is very easily cross-referenced. And so there's 2 or 3 footnotes that I invoke. The statements cited of the closing of the eyes of the Moses dealing with the Israelites, you never heard me invoke them to say. They were never said. I never impugned a dialogue that's recorded in the FBI files. That's your slippery slope, not mine.
No, you
I
just
understand what I'm reading. So when I read the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, I understand the context of the statements. And I put everything that I get from the FBI file, I put it in conversation with other sources that corroborate and give context. So the FBI file is not the source of the information of that January 6th hearing. I started there because there's a transcript and it agrees with other accounts. That's the point. So the FBI file, the CIA file, which we should read. The boss files, to the extent that they have been made available, we should avail ourselves to every document and closely read them. And we will learn much about the FBI and their way. We will learn more about the FBI.
I'm glad you said that.
About
I'm glad you said that.
The Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Well, so yeah, you have some presumptions about me that don't apply to me.
No, it's not about presumptions. I'm not making presumptions about you. I'm saying
when you thought that I
would
qualify one dialogue and disqualify another, that's not me.
No, you're making stuff up right now. I'm just saying I stayed away from using the FBI files, the CIA files, the boss files in terms of conversation. Me personally, you can, because I can.
I didn't ask you to do that. I gave you no indication.
No, I'm not saying
stay away from that.
No, I said me personally, because who on God's green earth can say that this little white man that has no respect for black men can say, oh, he's going to report what J. Edgar Hoover probably wants to hear.
That's why I said I cross-reference the FBI. That's my point.
So cross-reference.
That's why I said I give 3 and 4 footnotes. You put one source in conversation with other sources. If you read any of my books, dear brother, you see my footnote apparatus. And with every point I make, there's 3 and 4 footnotes to support it, because I put one source in conversation with other sources. That's how scholarship is done. Now, Malcolm, during the 90 days, because we're talking about his suspension.
Now, feel free to cross-reference too.
No, I absolutely am.
And state your quote, because
so
I don't have the time, since I'm doing an interview. All my stuff is in the living room, and I don't have time to source it out.
Let's understand the suspension. You
were on January 4th and January 2nd, that conversation.
Well, we're gonna back up, because you want sources.
No, just on that conversation. No, you.
So let me finish, brother. On, I don't know what.
I have the right to laugh. I have the right to laugh. Go ahead. I'm good.
We're talking about the suspension. You asked me about the suspension.
No, I'm telling you where you stopped at. You stopped at the FBI files.
I stopped at.
Had the conversation, and you were going to quote the conversation. That's where you're at. But
I was going to quote a part of the conversation, and I'm cross-referencing it. The point I was going to make.
Okay.
In the transcript, cross-referencing. In the transcript of that conversation, Malcolm X says he confessed to the Honorable Elijah Muhammad that he made a mistake, that he was wrong to not come to him when he first heard the rumors of his domestic life. Malcolm, on that transcript, which I'm going to cross-reference, said, I made a mistake. Please forgive me. the cross-reference. Malcolm kept notebooks that he wrote his thoughts on. And in last 2 weeks of January, in his notebooks, Malcolm says these words that parallel what is recorded of him in the FBI transcript of that conversation. Malcolm says to the Honorable Elijah Muhammad in his notebook, quote, "I made a serious mistake by not coming straight to you. And that mistake led to my making others. I am sincerely sorry and pray to Allah for forgiveness. And I ask you to pray to Allah for my forgiveness." That is in the latter 2 weeks of January in the notebook of Malcolm X, his admitting his mistake and the other mistakes that led to, and is pleading for forgiveness. I also have, let's read this. Other sources, cross-referencing.
Yeah, go ahead.
I said I do 3 and 4 footnotes. And you want to see.
No, I don't know. I don't want
to. Let me give another footnote.
I'm actually helping you out because
Let me give another footnote. Let me give another footnote. During the suspension, Malcolm is pleading to be reinstated. Malcolm X never wanted to be out of the Nation of Islam. Never. And during his suspension,
this is January 1964. So
right. Okay. No, but I'm gonna go to January, February, March, and beyond. But we're in January. But now we're in February, because what I read then was his words that he wrote in his notebook at the end of January, and in February he penned a letter to the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad, and he recorded that letter to the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. And we know it because Gil Nobles on his show, Like It Is, played the recording of the letter. This is what Malcolm said in February 64 during his suspension. The February 23 dinner with Wallace, where he found out details of the domestic life, that already happened.
So you're not quoting the conversation in January no longer. You're quoting the conversation in February.
Now I'm in February, yes, sir.
But you never cross-referenced in January.
What? Yes. So let me read Malcolm. We're on January, February, March.
April.
Let me read Malcolm's letter to his teacher.
Go ahead. I'm listening to you. I'm trying to find something as
listen to the words of Malcolm X during his suspension. We quoted January, end of January. The point I'm making is the same words that I lifted from the transcript. I'm cross-referencing those words because he says the same thing in his letter to the Honorable Elijah Muhammad in February. Listen to what he said. Said, "Dear Holy Apostle, one of the main reasons people want to divide you and me is because they know that Allah has blessed me to be your best representative as well as your best defender. The only ones here who might think I'm against you are those who are not with you themselves. This is a dangerous position to be in because it only adds division upon division. I know now how Isaac felt when Abraham took him upon the mountain to sacrifice him. Only love for his father made him submit to what looked like certain death. Abraham's faith in Allah was being tested, but Isaac's faith and obedience to Abraham was an integral part of the overall test. I know now how Job felt when everyone was looking at him, wondering what sin he committed. His worst pain must have come from his inability to open his mouth and explain the real reason for his condition. As I've told you, I have been working on these notes I've taken during conversations with you during the past 10 years. Whenever I feel lonely, forsaken, or even angry, I'll go back to the words of wisdom and healing in these notes. There is both hope and life in your words. With Allah's help and your permission, I can turn out a book about your life, your teachings, and your work, and the progress that would bring tears to your eyes, and would not only go a long way in waking up the dead nation, but will also add to the financial needs of the nation. I'll do it just like I was working for you and would actually ask nothing in return. I've received my pay from you already 1,000,000-fold. If you would have mercy on me and give me another chance, I'll stay out of the public. I'd be satisfied with just ministering in the mosque, making no public statements or outside speeches. Cassius Clay has offered me and my family a free expense trip to Miami, Florida. I have taken my family nowhere during the entire 6 years that we've been married. My wedding anniversary is January 19th. So this is January, or was January 19th. And I'm contemplating acceptance of this offer, which is a blessing, a honeymoon. Since I know what my status is, I would not go near the mosque there, nor the Muslims, because his status changed as a consequence of the January meeting. Changed from C time to F time. Which means he's isolated now. He can't come among the Muslims. Since I know what my status is, I will not go near the mosque there, nor the Muslims. May Allah bless you with strength during these dark hours, which I know are also a trial to you. All praise is due to Allah.
Yeah, but that's early February. But
yes,
I really want to talk about that January conversation, because something happened in that January conversation, right? If you're going to use that, if you're going to cross-reference and speak upon that, about how he intentionally did not want to, he changed the subject, correct? If I'm not mistaken, Malcolm.
What were you talking about?
In January, Malcolm X intentionally changed the subject about his private life, his immorality, if I'm not mistaken, in that January conversation.
Immorality never came up in that conversation.
It never came up because Malcolm intentionally changed the subject.
No.
That's what it said. If I'm not mistaken.
No, that's absolutely not what it says. Should I read the transcript? I can read it all.
No, you don't have to read it.
Okay, because
just summarize.
Immorality never came up. Never.
No, but he said, okay, but he said the conversation never came up.
No, they absolutely.
I'm telling you.
You don't have to tell me. I can read it. No. They did discuss Malcolm's.
And Malcolm changed the subject. If I'm not mistaken.
No, you're not correct.
Okay, I could be wrong.
You're not correct.
Go ahead.
So Elijah mentioned the president's assassination. So this is
what date is that? What date did you look reading that?
This is January 2nd.
Okay. No, it's fine. It's fine.
I
want them to know because I want them to do their own research too. So okay.
And so let's help them out. The transcript, among other places, I have the actual document itself. If you don't want to go through the whole file, you have one transcript in Claiborne's Malcolm X, the FBI file. And in these 2 pages, I'm not going to read the whole 2 pages. You say he changed the subject. No, let's see what he says. Elijah mentions the president's assassination and Malcolm's New York speech. He said he feels Allah when everything is right and he knows this is good. He talked about Moses, Jesus, and so forth. He mentioned about after he put Malcolm down from public speaking, how the devils had called hinting there was a split between Elijah and Malcolm. And Elijah told them there was not. Elijah told how he helped Malcolm in his statements to the press. And when Malcolm first started speaking in Harlem, he said he had been hearing about Malcolm this and Malcolm that, and even Malcolm being called leader. Elijah said, now this one and that one is getting jealous. He told Malcolm that Malcolm was Elijah's property, to which Malcolm agreed. He told Malcolm he had made an error. Malcolm stated he had asked permission in a letter before he said anything, and he understood it was all right. Elijah said he could not understand why Malcolm took this poison and poured it out and told them it was poison. He told Malcolm that one cannot use fire to fight fire. He said all of the time Malcolm had been referring to something else, and Elijah thought he had a sly scheme or shrewd plan, but not this time. Elijah stated, we can't organize the man. He said if anyone had told him that Malcolm was going to use things like that, he would have not believed it. He told Malcolm if he loved Allah, then he must love Elijah as the messenger of Allah. Malcolm stated he would rather be dead than to say anything against Elijah. Malcolm said he didn't say anything to anyone about Elijah and had been using parables to speak. Elijah asked Malcolm how he could have gotten the wrong impression from what Malcolm had said. Elijah stated they all wrote to him and said the same thing. He told Malcolm he could not walk through the woods with fire in his hands and not start a fire. He said one must carry a bucket of water and not fire. Elijah stated he had to speak out on Kennedy's death, as the whole nation would have been against them. Malcolm agreed. Elijah mentioned even some of the sympathetic devils were outraged at Malcolm's statement. Elijah asked Malcolm why Malcolm had been checking into his personal affairs. Bureau deletion stated Malcolm stated he had not asked anything about this, but had heard it in Chicago. Malcolm said he had talked to blank about it and he already knew it. Malcolm said he had noticed people in Chicago were very cold to Elijah's family in Chicago on Savior's Day. Malcolm said blank asked him to eat, Wallace asked him to eat with him that night and brought the matter up. Malcolm acted as if he knew nothing, and it goes on and on and on. 2 pages. Yeah. There is no changing subject.
No, he didn't change. Maybe I got my conversations because I don't have the notes in front of me, and you know exactly. You know what conversation I'm speaking of. I know you know what conversation I'm speaking of. So, but I know, yeah.
And this conversation is
but I know you know what conversation I'm speaking of.
Well, I know what conversation I'm speaking of.
I know. I just don't have the notes in front of me because
I'm not saying that
I didn't want to use that.
Isn't true about the conversation you're speaking of. I'm saying that this is the conversation I'm speaking of. And the whole time, Malcolm is doing 2 things. One, he's pleading to be reinstated.
This is while he's suspended, though. Like
Right.
Y'all,
That's what we're talking about.
no, I know that, but y'all say he was begging up until his assassination. He was not.
Oh no, well, no, absolutely. Well, not begging. They were. He was in the process. Malcolm X and the Honorable Elijah Muhammad were in a process of reconciling, and Malcolm was negotiating to return to the Nation of Islam, and that's the one reason he was murdered on February 21st, because we have testimony from an informant that the CIA had intended to kill him a little far later, but they moved the assassination up. We can prove that. Malcolm.
So while you're, because
Malcolm was negotiating with the Honorable Elijah Muhammad.
Who are you quoting right now?
I'm about to give it to you. I'm about to give it to you.
I mean, it's just beautiful that you use the FBI files for your convenience in terms of dialogue.
Well, see,
because I'm
the false narrative, and then you stick with it.
No, I'm not.
I mean, you're trying to saddle me with a jacket that doesn't bother me. You never heard me selectively choose and not choose the FBI files. That's not me, bro. That's a different conversation you had with someone else.
Okay, so John Ali is a national secretary there, right? And do you and your based off of your research, did people in the Nation of Islam want Malcolm X assassinated?
Not assassinated.
Murdered. Excuse me.
Very different.
No, I'm very different.
Did members of the Nation of Islam have death in their heart for Malcolm? Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. But I don't want to skip. I want to prove.
Okay. In June,
before we get to John Ali.
In June, did Elijah Muhammad Jr. say he wanted Malcolm X tongue?
What Elijah Muhammad Jr. said was, the nigga don't want to get up out the house. So what you do, go to the house, clap on the walls till they come down, take his tongue out and send it to me. I will stamp it approved. He did say that. And there's some context to that. No. As much as he said that, do you know what happened before he said that?
Go ahead, tell the people.
See,
but
so let me tell the people.
But if you're gonna reinterpret, just take it.
I'm not reinterpret. I'm giving you facts.
Okay, you're gonna put it in context.
I'm giving you incidents that are relevant that you don't know about. I don't know. You seem to be very.
I'm not. Why
you don't like facts being put on the table? So
I love facts.
Let me put this fact on the table.
I mean,
and then we'll get to Malcolm's negotiation for reentry back into the Nation of Islam.
Got a lot of facts today.
We do. The problem with this.
Hayer was a. I'm just while you looking for that, I'm gonna say Hayer was a follower.
Let me give you that incident.
Jeez.
Let me give you the incident. It's relevant. You asked me about Elijah Jr.'s statement.
Okay, go ahead. You ready? I was gonna say it while you're looking for it. I didn't know if you were ready.
Well,
you're ready? I'm ready.
No, they're two different things. Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Did you know in June, before Elijah Muhammad Jr. made that statement, 6 of Malcolm's people went to Mosque number 7 with their weapons. There was a confrontation. The FOI came out. They had no weapons. The 6 guards of Malcolm aggressed the mosque with their weapons because they heard rumors. And the enemy was the author of the rumors. After that physical confrontation, they roll up on our mosque with weapons. And then the morning before, Elijah Muhammad Jr. addressed the FOI. A call came in. A man claiming to be Malcolm said Elijah Muhammad is dead. So now, because the Honorable Elijah Muhammad was scheduled to speak that day in Harlem. And so when the morning threat came and the FOI were on red alert at the FOI class, after 6 of Malcolm's people ran up on Temple number 7 with guns. So yes, it was a red alert situation. Now, what they also don't say, when after Elijah Jr. made that statement, Khalil Islam, Thomas 15X Johnson, who was falsely accused with the murder, did time, and he changed his name to Khalil Islam. He said after Elijah Jr. said that, Elijah Sr., his father, the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad, sent orders down to not touch Malcolm. See, y'all the ones that cherry pick. Y'all the ones who lift an incident in isolation and other incidents because the false narrative is dependent on such cherry picking. What we are given is the contextual facts that allow the discussion to be properly nuanced. Now, I want to return to Malcolm X's.
Can I interject?
Yes.
Do you mind? Thank you. As a standalone statement, Elijah Muhammad said we are a peaceful people, right? We are peaceful people, right? We don't carry weapons.
Those who fight with us.
Please. If this is really easy, man, but I understand how you go and attach things.
I don't know what that
I'm speaking.
Yes, sir.
As it stands alone, whether you believe or I believe or she believe or we believe that this comment was attached to that comment was attached to that comment. If we are in the court of law and the judge says, Elijah Muhammad Jr., did you say you wanted Malcolm X's tongue? And the question is either yes or no. Elijah, by your own accounts, he said that. So what that means is that is an act of violence. Whether it was called, let me finish. Whether it was caused by 6 men going into the mosque, whether it was whatever it is that you have in your notes, the fact remains. And I understand that people are gonna be fascinated by your diction and your ability to recount facts. That is a beautiful thing. It's outstanding. Please. It's a beautiful thing. The facts are the facts. Now let me go back because I know people are mesmerized by you in the chat and this. I'm just going to review the facts as if I'm going to review the facts in yes or no statements. Was Hayer a follower of Elijah Muhammad? You said yes. Was Clara Muhammad hurt by the multiple wives? Yes. You didn't say secret, you used private, and you said Clara Muhammad's kids and family was public and he has the right to keep them private, although Akbar and Wallace were very hurt and he stepped away from his father's teachings multiple times, right? Now we fast forward to the violence part. The violence part is, did Elijah Muhammad Jr. want Malcolm X's tongue? The answer is yes. Now you can go on and state your facts and attach it to whatever you want, but that is and that is where we are at in this conversation. Now, as we fast forward, you're going to add more facts, but that's where we're at in terms of this conversation. But it sounds like a beautiful.
Let me add another fact, if I may.
Go ahead.
You sound so anti-fact.
No, I'm about that. I'm about that.
Black facts. But let me take it a step further. It's not just that Elijah Jr. wanted Malcolm's tongue at that point. All of us wanted Malcolm's tongue. See, what you have to understand, and for example, an error that Zach Kondo continuously makes is distinguishing principle from policy. As a matter of principle, we all wanted Malcolm's tongue. As a matter of policy, we could not touch Malcolm's tongue or any other part of Malcolm, because Elijah Jr. said, you know what? We should clap on his house. Y'all send me his tongue and I stamp it. But the policy came down from his father. Leave Malcolm alone. So Elijah Jr. wasn't isolated in his desire for Malcolm's tongue at that point. We all, any of us could have mounted that rostrum on that day and given you much more juicy stuff to talk about on YouTube platforms in 2021. But the policy was, by the policy maker, leave Malcolm alone. So all we could do is vent verbally, because the Nation of Islam was under orders to leave Malcolm alone. And that's why Talmadge Hayer, who was not under our orders because he wasn't in the mosque, Brother Nuri was right. He wasn't in the mosque. He was in F-Time. He wasn't acting as a mosque member. Yes, he had the Honorable Elijah Muhammad in his heart, he said, and I have no reason to disbelieve him, but he wasn't motivated to commit the murder out of love for the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, because if he loved the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, he would have obeyed the Honorable Elijah Muhammad.
So he was a disobedient member of the Nation of Islam, and that's where and that's the,
who was not in the mosque.
I mean,
F-Time, he was put out of the mosque. Dear brother,
that doesn't make you, that doesn't, because
yes,
you sat down, it doesn't
make you a non-active.
Does it make you not a Nation of Islam member? I'm asking.
All 40 million black people are considered in the Nation of Islam. That means those who go to the church.
Oh gosh.
That means you. Why aren't you able to appreciate, or
I just asked the question.
Why aren't you able to appreciate the difference between being in the nation and being in the mosque?
Y'all are amazing, dog. Y'all are amazing. I just asked the question.
I'm asking you a question. Why can't you comprehend the difference between being in the nation and being in the mosque? He was put out of the mosque because he violated our law. So he was put out at the time he was out when he committed that crime.
Oh, no, I understand that. I'm not disagreeing that. So what I'm asking you, if you are suspended, put out of the mosque, are you not a Nation of Islam member? Yes or no?
In a generic sense, in a general sense, yes. But in a specific sense, what's the difference? No, listen. So if someone is put on F-Time, and while they are put out of the mosque, if they rob a bank, they are not robbing the bank as a member of the Nation of Islam. Their criminality there doesn't accrue to us. they are put out of the Nation of Islam. Muslims don't have contact with those in that time. That's the law. So the crimes that he committed, whether it's murdering Malcolm X, whether it's stealing weapons, the crimes that he commits while he's in F time are tantamount to the crimes that I would commit if I'm on F time. They don't reflect on the Nation of Islam. I'm put back into the world. And what I do is on my own. I'm isolated from the community, so I got to carry that weight on my own. So can we talk about Malcolm X's desire, his negotiation?
Yeah, we can go anywhere, but I just want to reiterate, because I understand people get lost in translation. You said yes, he was a member of the Nation of Islam.
Registered.
Wait. But you said you keep
saying what I'm saying. I want to say what I'm saying.
So
I understand.
Okay, I'm just going in order because I want the people, because you sound beautiful. You sound like you sound beautiful with your facts, and I'm not being condescending. People think I'm being condescending. I'm
sound like it, but it's
okay. I'll let you know. I'll let you know when I'm being condescending. I'll let you know, and you don't feel it because it comes with a different level of energy. I just want the people to understand as we're moving forward with this conversation. Mm-hmm. You said yes, he is a member of the Nation of Islam, and you diluted that by saying everyone is a member of the Nation of Islam. I'm talking.
And I'm not. You.
Thank you. Claire Muhammad was married to Elijah Muhammad, and she had a level of pain. To what pain, we don't know. We do know Akbar and Wallace Muhammad did not agree with Elijah Muhammad's infidelities, and we're not gonna call it infidelity. I don't want his 8 other wives and 13 other kids that did not belong to Clara Muhammad. Mm-hmm. And you did say Elijah Muhammad Jr. wanted Malcolm X's tongue. So I just want everyone to understand that. Now we can carry. Yeah. But
I also said we all wanted Malcolm X's tongue. I'm saying don't just pigeonhole Elijah Muhammad Jr. I keep telling you, we all wanted Malcolm X's tongue.
Peaceful people.
But we could not go after his tongue because the order came down not to touch him. You are very intelligent. I don't understand why you keep tripping on that point. But
I don't. I'm not tripping on no points. I just want people to understand.
Tripping over that point. So okay, so you're not.
I'm not.
So let's shift gears. I want to get back to.
How much time do you have left?
Ooh. Let's give it to the half hour. Whoa.
You got 11 minutes.
Wow.
Got 11 minutes.
11 minutes. I would like to prove what I said. Malcolm X, during suspension, was pleading to be reinstated. He never wanted to be out of the Nation of Islam. And when he announced on March 8th, 1964, that he was remaining out of the Nation of Islam, he made it very clear that in his mind, he never left, that he was pushed out by a conspiracy of those that did not include the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. In June, things got hot because of the house. It got very ugly. But then, right before his assassination, negotiations were entered into. This is the New York City Daily News.
And we're going to use the New York City Daily News.
we're going to use our source. So you got a problem with the New York? You got a problem with the New York Times and the Daily News and the Herald Tribune?
I don't have a problem.
Believe me,
with it.
I said
I don't have a problem with it.
I'm gonna give you, and I don't
have a problem with it.
So just understand, if I cite it, I ain't got a problem with it. That includes the FBI file.
Perfect. Let's go.
February 26, 1965.
That's 5 days after he was murdered.
Yeah. By William Fredericks, revealed Malcolm and Muhammad had peace talks. Listen to what it says, and then we're going to quote. After his break with the Black Muslim movement, Malcolm X conferred secretly several times with Elijah Muhammad, but he and the Prophet, leader of the Muslims, could not agree on terms of his return to the parent organization. The news was told last night. The Prophet would accept Malcolm back only in a humble position, and the young Negro extremist refused to disband his own following. Now, the following put details, and I'm going to show some more. Put details to the following was the element within OAAU specifically involving Maxwell Stanford and the RAM contingent, Revolutionary Action Movement, the gun-toting element, the Mau Mau guerrilla warfare element of Malcolm's organization, a heavy staff with weapons, and the negotiation because we don't carry weapons. Malcolm was not at the time, after several meetings, but had he lived, I'm sure those details could have been worked out. Those negotiations could have been successful, but he was shot down. Now, excuse me, Charles Kenyatta, who, according to multiple persons, was the one Malcolm trusted the most. He said, quote, Malcolm loved Elijah better than his own sons loved him. Charles Kenyatta said, quote, he never wanted to move away. If Elijah had come up to him 5 minutes before he got shot, Malcolm would have gone back. Some of his friends are persuaded, Goldman recounts, are persuaded to this day that left to themselves, Malcolm and the messenger might have composed their differences. James 67X, and note that Charles Kenyatta and James 67X, they were feuding with each other. They were on opposite sides of the Malcolm X aisle, but they both make the same point that Malcolm X on February 21st, 1965, would have went back if the Honorable Elijah Muhammad showed up at that ballroom. Malcolm X would have dismounted that stage and went with his leader because they were in negotiation for reconciliation. But that reconciliation could not happen. He was cut down in part to make sure that it would not happen.
Okay. Can I respond? All right, guys. The New York Daily News, in terms of credibility as it pertains to Elijah Muhammad and Malcolm X, is probably one of the most divisive sources, and especially after Malcolm X was assassinated. It was like a jovial media, white media took a jovial position as it pertains to the assassination of Malcolm X. So in my opinion, which leans more towards right than wrong as it pertains to this, and you've said this too in some of your videos as it pertains to New York media and after Malcolm X was assassinated. Now, the week of, this is really easy. Wesley Muhammad. This is really easy. That Malcolm X did not he didn't. He was February 14th. His house was bombed. Valentine's Day, right? February 14th, his house was bombed, and then he had to go to Detroit, and then he came back, right? And he said, basically, I'm a dead man walking. You know, he did an interview with another man. I'm drawing a blank on his name. I have it. Who was beat up by the Nation of Islam in a Boston. Let me. I know you know the name, but
Leon
let me finish. They did an interview together, January 15th. It was that week. It was that Wednesday or Thursday of that week. He got beat up damn near for his life in a Boston hotel. Okay, in a Boston hotel, and they did an interview together that week. Now, when we get to that day of the Diaz, he was about to expose the people that made an attempt on his life, because that earlier the members of the Nation of Islam, and we have multiple sources, wanted to get a silencer. Muhammad Ali's secretary agreed with this, wanted to assassinate Malcolm X, and Malcolm X was going to expose it. That whole week from 14th to February 21st, no way on God's green earth did Malcolm X had a notion that he was going to get back for the Nation of Islam. He knew he was walking towards his death that week. They had got as close as they. Now he's going to quote everyone else and this and that. But the fact is, if you guys want to know, no, this is a fact. February 14th to February 21st, it is a fact. Betty Shabazz, I'm gonna see the most beautiful thing about me is I have first person accounts. I've interviewed John Ali. I've interviewed Khalila Ali. I have first person accounts as to this. So this is gonna be real easy for me to edit this up and let you know. But at the end of the day, Malcolm X did not want to go back to the nation. That he was in fear for his life. February 14th through February 21st. And that is a fact. He was doing interviews in the hopes.
There's a man who has a fat phobia. I'm having fun with you.
Oh, now you have fun.
Allow me to end of it. So allow me to have fun with my brother, because when
you interject me, it's fun. See, now you see how he plays both sides. When you interject me, it's fun. When I interject you, I'm being disrespectful, brother. Right?
No,
let me finish.
You're making this too easy for me, beloved.
I appreciate you taking my line, but at the end of the day,
it's too easy for me.
If you want to understand this, all you got to do is the facts are there. February 14th through February.
We're going to cite some facts.
You can cite where you want to cite, but those are the truth. Betty Shabazz. No, listen. The Nation of Islam left Malcolm X family for dead. They wanted the house. They wanted the car. They took his $1,000 away. They wanted no way did he go back.
So
and justice, and this will come out, and I will gladly tag you in this. Muhammad Ali and Malcolm X had a conversation about what's going on in 65, and it's going to disprove everything that you say. I have because I'm going to enjoy this. This is going to be very, very enjoyable for me. When John Ali tells me out of his own mouth, Malcolm X was a dead man walking, and he is basically the right-hand man. And 9 out of 10 Nation of Islam members of that time will say that he was his right-hand man, and he said Malcolm X was a dead man walking. So at the end of the day, no way, the energy is just not there. Betty Shabazz would not have allowed it. Betty Shabazz, at this point, what he's not saying at this point, Betty Shabazz has the greatest.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell the people, because I'm going to tell
you what I'm going to say.
No, what I believe, what my findings say, what my first person accounts say, people who was actually in the house, people who are actually in the house who say those are not Elijah Muhammad's wives. Khalila Muhammad lived with you. I've been waiting 2 hours because I knew you. That's why I said how much time you have. So I'm just going to basically tell you, it is a fact. Those are not Elijah Muhammad's wives. Khalila Muhammad, who lived with you call him the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, from the age 3 to 17. Muhammad Ali asked Elijah Muhammad, can he marry Khalila Muhammad? And they got married when she was 17. So y'all was falling in love with all this conversation. Now let's really talk. Now let's really have this conversation.
Well, I want to
let me please. Please. This is going to take some time now. This is going to take some time for me to finish this, and you can take your time and respond. He's going off of what he's read. He's going off of maybe conversations he's had with Louis Farrakhan.
You assume I don't have first.
No, I know you do. I know you do. And feel free to use them. Feel free
to use them. Name jump now.
No, I don't want to name drop. Feel free to use them. Feel free to use them. I'm just going to say this. All this time, he has said those are not his wives. I have Elijah Muhammad. I have quotes from the conversations Muhammad Ali has had with his then wife, Khalila Muhammad. I have had conversations with John Ali, who said on the third floor of his house, he had so many secretaries. He said so many. I said, how many? He said he had so many. And at the end of the day, Khalila Muhammad was there for that conversation. And it's going to come out. I have it. Khalila Muhammad said she was there when Malcolm X went in that room and had that conversation. And she said she wished she could have been a fly on the wall for that conversation, because when Malcolm X came out of that room, he was hurt. And she served him, and they had the conversation. But guess what? I have that dialogue, and that's going to come out in some time. Now, the point of the matter is Khalila Muhammad lived with Elijah Muhammad, which is a fact. We have pictures every age of her life going to I forget the school. What's the Islam school? What's the name of it in Chicago? Muhammad University. She sat down with Clara Muhammad 3 days a week. 3 days a week, having conversations with Clara Muhammad about Elijah Muhammad taking all his secretaries and flying them to Phoenix, Arizona, doing whatever he does there. And I asked Khalila Muhammad, I said, was the Phoenix, Arizona home his whole house? She says, then some. She says, all those women were hoes. And she was in the house at the same time. And I want y'all to think I'm making this stuff up. I want y'all to think that I'm making this stuff up, because I have the interviews. And that's why I let you talk the whole time and give these facts, because I am going to edit this out and have a first person account. You were 40-something, 50-something years old. You wasn't there. I have people that are there. I have John Ali, who was there. And who said out of his own mouth, yeah, we all sat down. And I saw the pain in Clara Muhammad's eyes. We all sat down. He had all these women, and we had dinner together on Sundays or something. I don't know what a day it was, but I have all of this. So the fact that he's saying that those were his wives, and I have two people, John Ali, who's a national secretary.
Malcolm X said they were his wives.
No, okay. I don't listen. I know you. Thanks for the interjection. Khalila Muhammad, who lived with Elijah from the age of 3 until she got married at 17 to Muhammad Ali. And I have the conversations her and Muhammad Ali had about the disgusting behavior of Elijah Muhammad. And the most powerful quote that he made.
So now the conversation is degenerating into you.
No.
You're not going to invite me on your platform.
Can I finish?
Just to disrespect the most honorable Elijah Muhammad. Don't do that, brother.
Can I finish? I'm quoting.
I'm not that type of Muslim.
See how you're now. See,
Now, don't do that.
Now you see how
I'm not going to sit here as a Muslim.
now.
Even on
Hey,
your
why are you
platform,
cutting me off? Why are you cutting me off?
call
Why are you
lives
cutting me off?
hoes and let
Let
you
me-
describe
let
him
me
as
finish.
degenerate? Don't do that.
Okay, let me pull up the quote. Let me pull up the quote because you think I'm making shit up.
No,
Can you send me that quote, please? Because I think it's fair that we because
no. If the conversation is degenerating to that, and you want,
quoting.
I want to talk about
quoting.
the subject
I'm
is
quoting.
renegotiation.
Okay, we're gonna have this conversation.
So,
No, because
brother, let me say this. Let me
you just
say
cut me off. You just cut me off, though. You just cut me off.
yeah, because it's 11 minutes. I appreciated our time together. I really enjoyed it.
I'm gonna play this. I want you to stay and listen to this, though.
No, because you're not gonna disrespect.
I'm not. I'm quoting. I'm quoting. I'm quoting. I'm not disrespecting nothing. I'm quoting. You can't.
Malcolm.
I'm quoting.
You're not gonna quote disrespect of the most honorable Elijah Muhammad, not while I'm on the platform.
Married.
This is Louis Farrakhan speaking.
They produced for him.
You can always quote him.
I don't want nobody to be said out that was his what? No, that was his woman or his hoe or whatever. It ain't no wife. And I'm being honest with you, and I'm being straight up with you, and I do not hold my tongue about the truth. There ain't
You
no
wanted
wife.
to use Malcolm, but I took Malcolm.
Thing off.
Malcolm identified
Ain't no wife. It's your hoe or your woman or whatever.
what you offer.
But it ain't your wife, and I hate to be rude or anything like that, but I'm just being honest. It's your trollop that you do anything you want with her in spite of you having a wife and disrespecting her.
End quote.
It's just wrong.
End quote.
No, that's her perspective.
She lived with Elijah Muhammad.
No, she's not more authoritative than Malcolm, who said wives.
I know.
I know you know. Now you know you didn't.
No,
let's end it on that note. Let's end it. Our 11 minutes are up. I had a great time.
Mm-hmm.
Really, I did. This was fun. I hope your audience learned much. Black facts matter, brother. And inshallah, you will continue to grow, evolve, and your platform will continue to grow.
We have no choice but to grow. Anything ain't growing is dead.
That is right. So may Allah continue to bless you.
Appreciate you. Make sure y'all go subscribe. Well, this is on my backup channel. I wish I have close to 100,000 on my main channel. I just got a strike last night. So we would have you would have got more followers from this, but you know, I mean, I had to use my backup channel. So
it was a pleasure.
But thank you. But yeah, if you want to respond to this in your video, feel free to clip it. And I got bullets, man. I got bullets. John,
you didn't have any today. You had blanks today.
No,
you had blanks today.
My blank scared you. My blank scares you. Like every black person. When they hear a gunshot, they run. They run.
The black man is God, and that includes you too. May Allah bless you and your audience. Peace.
Peace. Oh man, y'all was sitting there the whole time, man. Listen, I just let them talk. Let them talk. Nope, let them talk. It's real simple. John Ali said it. Khalil Muhammad said it. Y'all can believe what you want to believe, but the fact is that because Malcolm X was convicted by his faith and religion and his belief in Allah, and if you're going to give Elijah Muhammad credit for building Malcolm X and his character and his integrity, you have to give him credit for standing up to Elijah Muhammad, because that goes against, guess what? His faith. So at the end of the day, y'all should be applauding Malcolm X, and you should be applauding Elijah Muhammad for raising a straight up man. I'm not saying, I don't put my faith in man. I don't say Malcolm X is my God. Elijah Muhammad is my guy. I don't do stuff like that. But I'm just saying this. He stood up to Elijah Muhammad for what he thought was right in Allah's eyes. But the Nation of Islam don't want to give him credit for that. They're going to say he was a hypocrite. He deviated. But if John Ali lived with Malcolm X for 9 months. I mean, lived with Elijah Muhammad for 9 months. Khalila Ali was she was in his house 3 to 5 days a week. Clara Muhammad confided in her. And I asked her, why did Clara Muhammad confide in you so much? I'm going to clip this up and disprove everything. Y'all thought I was just letting him talk because I didn't know what the hell I was talking about? No, it's easy. This is easy. You let the man talk. At the end of the day, she said Clara Muhammad confided in her because she was wiser than her years. When Elijah Muhammad was in Phoenix, Clara Muhammad and Khalila Ali cried in the Chicago home. Khalila was there when Clara Muhammad would call Phoenix, Arizona. And she would hang up and see the pain in Clara Muhammad's eyes. And that's why Wallace Muhammad turned his back on his dad. And that's why the energy is present. The Nation of Islam murdered, it was duality in it, but they played their part because Elijah Muhammad did not want to be exposed by being an ordinary man. He was a man just like you and I. You like pussy, I like pussy. Except he impregnated women 21 times, 13 times outside of his marriage. And y'all don't want to have this honest conversation. Y'all willing to call NBA Youngboy, he got 7 mamas, 8 kids. Oh, that's disgusting. But a 65-year-old man with 21 kids, he's the messenger of God. And we're humans. But he don't want his child. He don't want his child to be a sister wife. How convenient. How convenient a man that is under Elijah Muhammad via Louis Farrakhan does not want his daughter to be a sister wife. How interesting is that? Y'all can call it slander. But we're all flawed human beings. And the fact that we just sit there and just allow it. We sit there and just allow it. Because if this was a Christian pastor, if this was Jesse Jackson, like y'all didn't y'all destroy Jesse Jackson? He ain't had a speech since that woman came out. They destroyed Jesse Jackson. Destroyed Jesse Jackson. But Jesse Jackson and Elijah Muhammad, they worked together because guess what? Oh, man. So at the end of the day, y'all keep on believing that Elijah Muhammad is the messenger. And let's be clear. Louis Farrakhan. I got hits for days, man. I got hits for days. Where is it? Oh, man, did I delete it? But at the end of the day, I wish I still had it. Crud. But I think I still have it. Okay, here it is. Louis Farrakhan don't believe Elijah Muhammad is God, but y'all don't believe me. Y'all don't believe me. I'm going to play it for y'all. This is Farrakhan talking.
He asked me about Master Farad Muhammad. I said, well, I love him very much, but I don't believe he's God. He about the messenger, and I said, I loved him very, very much, but I don't see him now as the messenger. I see Prophet Muhammad as the messenger.
Y'all don't want the truth. Y'all don't want the truth. That's Farrakhan talking. That's Farrakhan talking. He said Elijah Muhammad is not the messenger. Man, y'all keep believing what y'all believing, okay? Y'all keep believing what y'all believing, okay? I know I'm lying. I know I'm lying. I'll take that to the bank. I'm lying. And yeah. Oh, y'all want to beam in? Yeah, y'all want to beam in and disagree with me? You're more than welcome to. I don't want to open up the phone lines because that's too many. I can't handle the calls. We got over 1,000 people in. I wish we would have been on my main channel. We would have had 2,000 or 3,000 people in here, man. That would have been a good show. But yeah, so at the end of the day, you guys are more than welcome to beam in. Y'all call it slander. So Khalila Muhammad is lying, and she lived with him for 14 years. Louis Farrakhan knows the truth, y'all. Louis Farrakhan was there. John Ali told me he was there. He was there in the house. He was in the house. In the house. Y'all don't want the truth, man. The reason why, part of the reason why Malcolm X was assassinated was to protect the public image of Elijah Muhammad. And that's facts. He keeps his wife's private and also suspends them. And he doesn't have not one picture with his kids as a child. That's interesting. But let's keep it private. Even if they were private in the 60s, why aren't the pictures public in the 2020s? All right, we got a lot of people beaming in. All right. So we go 2 minutes. If y'all don't mind, we'll go 2 minutes because there's a lot of people beaming in. All right. Go ahead, Asia. Oh, Brandon, 2 minutes, man. Go ahead. What's happening? Y'all don't want to be infinite satisfaction. You ready? Go ahead. Go ahead. Infinite satisfaction. Okay, you don't want. Okay, Eli Zachary, go ahead.
What's going on, Fred?
Go ahead.
I'm not gonna be long. Honestly, I thought the interview had a lot of understanding to be had more than it was a point to be proven. Because when I looked at your points, this the first time I ever seen you rattle. I ain't gonna even lie to you. Emotionally rattled as an interviewer and not so much neutral. Listen to what I'm saying.
I'm
Because
not neutral. You see the picture behind me? I'm not.
okay, so that's what I'm saying. So I think that the biggest value of the thing of the interview was that this man was speaking from an intellectual point of view or spiritual point of view of his beliefs and his understanding of what everything was. And in the NOI's understanding, Malcolm pushed this narrative into existence because of the way he attacked so many different people and the way he opened so many different avenues to get to him. Yes, they did feel like they wanted him. They did feel like they wanted him dead too, or did feel like he should die. But in essence of it, because they were ordered not to in obedience, it's like no, we didn't. But they did still have those moles and plants within the NOI, which is the same thing that was documented in Who Killed Malcolm when they talked about William Bradley, because he was shown with the mayor of Newark, and this man said the little details that this man had an office in the police station when Roland went to the police station. So therefore, if the whole subject was about who killed Malcolm, yes, they allowed like him. He had it coming. If we get into this, then we draw a bigger fire to us. We draw a war with the government when we told him to be quiet and just walk this walk like we telling you, because we got a plan and everybody got to stay in step with the nation. That's their belief. And the principles of it is what drew Malcolm into the situation that he got into. Everything that you say that you know is true is the truth. Only point of it is is where the circumstances at. And the circumstances are that if Malcolm follows the role of a nation member and stays in step with what's going on, everybody on one accord is stronger
Can I
than
get to
one
the next person? It's jam packed in there.
No problem. I appreciate you.
All the
Appreciate
time.
you.
Thank you for supporting the channel too. Appreciate you, Eli, for sure. Magazar, I'm pretty sure that's short. Go ahead, brother.
Appreciate you, Fred, putting me on. My big brother Brandon, my big bro, he told me about your show.
Okay.
I'm just gonna be short and concise.
Mm-hmm.
As a member of the Nation of Islam, you know, I'm all for different varying views. You know what I'm saying? I can respect the viewpoint you have because of how you feel about Malcolm, but it's just as you feel as how you feel about Malcolm. Know that I feel that same way as someone who's walked in those shoes in particular, who's been in those situations. And I tell you straight up that Nation of Islam that Malcolm was a part of, that don't exist no more. That fell when Wallace took them to Orthodox Islam, the same Islam that housed the shotgun man, William Bradley. They housed that brother in Al-Islam. We wouldn't dare do no, excuse my language, no shit like that. Because of what Malcolm meant to us. And what Malcolm meant, Minister Farrakhan has done nothing but build love for Minister Farrakhan, for Malcolm in my heart. I don't feel he was a hypocrite. Like Doctor said, that's above my intellectual and spiritual pay grade. Who the hell am I to subscribe Malcolm to that? I'm not hardline rigid as a Khalil Muhammad, as a John Ali. We not the same. We got a different view than what they got. I would never call the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad wives, hoes. Regardless if I disagree with it or not, it's not my point to make. But what is my point to make is that you can't deny the effect that particular man, Elijah Muhammad, had on black culture, had on black life, had on Malcolm X. If you look at the appearance of Malcolm X from his mugshot to his appearance as a Muslim, they don't even look like the same person. They don't even look like the same person. So I'm just saying, as someone who's respect you as a black man, I appreciate your view. And we should have varying views. But what we shouldn't do is play and tussle with the truth as we see it. We should combine all views, and those and the culmination of all views is the truth. So appreciate you letting me have on. I'm not going to be long-winded. I'm going to let somebody else kick it.
Appreciate you. TCB, what's up? Let me beam you out. Go ahead.
What's up, Fred? Hey, man, listen, everything, I appreciate your interview style on it. You was on point with that, man. You was on point with that.
Thank you.
Everything you brought up about his wives and all that, like, how can you be God when you doing all this infidelity? That's one thing I respect the most about Malcolm. They never caught Malcolm cheating at whatsoever. The FBI would have been brought that out like they did with MLK. You know what I'm saying? And with that being said, like MLK cheated, stepped out on his wife. The FBI had all kinds of footage and files on that. What do you think that did to his legacy? Like,
it tarnished it a bit. It tarnishes a bit. I'm not see the point is I'm not taking away from what the teachings of Elijah Muhammad. The teachings of Elijah Muhammad convicted Malcolm X. The Nation of Islam will not admit that at all. They convicted Malcolm X. That's why he approached Elijah Muhammad, because it was wrong. It was eating him up inside. He held it for as long as he could. By no means am I saying Malcolm X is a perfect man. I don't hold no man in God like. I respect him, but I don't hold no man godlike. I don't do that in my life. You know, I don't allow my son to call. I don't even allow my son to think. You understand what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, I think the Nation of Islam played a part in his assassination. And they say that that he wanted to go and be a part of. No, that week of February 14th, he was afraid for his life. It's very evident. It's very evident in his interviews that week. He went to Detroit in the same clothes that he had February 14th. And you know why he did it? Because of his faith convictions. He made a commitment to be in Detroit the next day, so he went. the same convictions that allowed him to see his house bombed on February 14th and be on the plane February 14th is the same convictions that allowed him to have that conversation with Elijah Muhammad. That's it.
Real. That's real. That's real.
And yeah, so
and one thing it just reminded me what you said when you was like, you only let your son call you God. I remember Will Smith said something like that. Don't let even your children, don't let nobody tell you you can't do nothing. Not even
yeah, yeah, right,
and,
right.
How much do you think the FBI, COINTELPRO, and all that was colluding with Elijah, if at all?
See, the last years of Elijah Muhammad's life, he started getting a lot of money. He started building $1 million homes. He had a private jet. He had a new car. And people going to say, Fred, you're reaching. No, this is facts. In the 70s of Elijah Muhammad's life, he started because at the end of the day, his farm in the South was failing because the KKK was destroying it. The KKK was making sure they killed his cattle, and he was doing, and his fish business started steadily decline. And one of the most prosperous businesses he had was in Harlem. So in the 70s, it's working class people,
right?
got Elijah Muhammad $1 million home on one side of the street.
Yeah.
Kenya. Oh, let me. Can y'all hear me now? Are we good?
My nigga, this is dedication. This is anti-hesitation. It's a real nigga celebration.
All right, I apologize. I had a power surge out of nowhere, so I apologize. So that's it. If you guys want to comment, it's a lot of people in it. Y'all can feel free to fill the room back up if y'all want to, and yeah, we can have the conversation. So we got H Money coming in. I'm sorry, man. I wanted to beam back in. I'll give you back your 2 minutes. I totally apologize. Go ahead, H.
Hey, Fred, it's too much real here. It's too much real down here in the barbershop. That's what I got to say. Fred, hey, man, I salute you. You did a great job representing Malcolm X. That brother right there, that brother was a fraud, a con artist. You know what I mean? That man came over here with a suit and a tie, with a smile on his face, with evil intentions. God damn it, Fred was on him. Fred exposed him. Fred exposed Elijah Muhammad. Elijah Muhammad lied to the people. He wasn't no prophet. He was using race for money. He gained off it. This man had evil fetishes, hanging out with young girls, underage women, impregnating his secretaries. Those wasn't his wives. And that man sat there and smiled and lied. I'm a Muslim. I'm a Muslim. I pray 5 times a day. This man can't tell me nothing about the Quran. Matter of fact, he lied. He lied on Muslims. He ain't a Muslim. Muslims don't believe that God is a black man. I believe God is above everything. I believe God ain't nothing like God. Ain't nothing like him. And you sat here and lied. You know what I mean? Talking about we the new Muslims. And nah, man, there's only one type of Muslim that believe in only one God. Point blank, period. You know what I mean? Hey, Fred, you did a great job. You're doing a great job speaking the truth. And keep it up. Keep it up. We support you. Your mission to expose the Nation of Islam is coming to light right before our very eyes for Malcolm X. You did this for Malcolm X. That's what it's about. This what it's about, justice. We need justice. And we ain't going to let it slide. We going to bring it back up. If they going to do it with R. Kelly, if they could bring up some shit with R. Kelly from the past, we could do it with Elijah Muhammad and the Nation of Islam. Point blank, period. And hey, listen, I stand behind you. I had debates with the Nation of Islam on Crenshaw, on Stocker. Real debates. You feel me? And guess what? We was cooking them back then, and we cooking them right now.
Appreciate it.
And guess what?
Everybody
Wallace, his son, spoke out against Elijah Muhammad. His own son exposed him. His own son, man. And appreciate it, Fred. Keep it up, man. Stay strong, man, and demand your respect. He had no respect for you, over talking you on your own platform. Point blank, period.
Yeah, I appreciate you. Thanks.
All right.
I knew I had a bomb on them. I knew I had a bomb waiting on them, so I would just let them talk. I'm like, okay, you go say what you need to say, and okay, infinite satisfaction. You up? Go ahead. You up in infinite satisfaction? You up? I hear you. Go ahead. All right. Go ahead, Brandon. You up? Oh, go ahead, Brandon.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, very well. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. I wanted to say that I thought that the ending of the debate, I think the show was good. I think Dr. Wesley provided a lot of facts. I want to say that what you did at the end, it wasn't that wasn't in good faith from what I saw. And also I want to say that since Khalila was a child growing up in Elijah Muhammad's house, so she don't know what it is or have a true understanding of what it is she saw. Or from my perspective, you have your perspective, she have her perspective, but for her to say hoes and her to describe certain things, that was not the tone of the conversation, Fred, and it was disingenuous for you to bring that up or try to drop that because it was a proper way you could have done that. You could have used what Sis Khalila said and let him explain it versus from his perspective. But what you did was use what Sis Khalila said. Matter of fact, John Ali was removed from national secretary in 1970, and he did not live with Malcolm X during the time that Malcolm X was going through what he was going through in the Nation of Islam. John Ali was nowhere around. John Ali was in Chicago. So let's get that out the way. He did not live with Malcolm X during the time that Malcolm X was going through what he was going through with his house being firebombed, with him being removed from the Nation of Islam. John Ali was already in Chicago, living in Chicago, and had been a national secretary. That's number one. Number two is let's debunk Khalil Ali. Khalil Ali was a child. And if you go back and listen to Khalila earlier interviews, outside of talking to you, she don't talk like that. So I don't know where this is coming from, but maybe this may be her view at an older age, which she's entitled to her view. But I don't believe her. I don't believe Sister Clara Muhammad was confiding in the child about her domestic life. And also, Fred, I don't know why you so enamored with Elijah Muhammad's bedroom and his domestic life and what goes on, and you describing private things that happen from a man and a woman and men and women, and you're interested in that, and I don't know why.
Appreciate it. 20 seconds.
I can't hear you, Fred. Your sound went real low when you cut in and cut out. They probably didn't tell you that, but I can't hear you.
No, I was saying 20 seconds. Go ahead.
Oh, okay, yeah. And I don't know why you was interested in this man's bedroom, but what I will say, I hope you got what you was looking for, and I hope that this could put a pin in this conversation, and we can move on to and hopefully you start going after the government now. Now, hopefully you went after the black people. Now you could start going after FBI agents, and you could start poking around and going following them around and start flying around and interviewing FBI agents and stuff like that. And that way we could get the whole
full story. Got a lot of people on wait.
Okay, I'm done. Thank you, Fred. Keep it rolling, baby.
All right, appreciate it. Thank you, Brandon. Now let me just debunk that. He said you got the black people. No, the black people got Malcolm X. I don't like when black people use the black card out of convenience. You understand? It was black people that pulled the trigger. And to quote, rest in peace to the great Nipsey Hussle today to you, everybody can't go. All right. And at the end of the day, my understanding is what was the Great Wall of China between Elijah Muhammad. Now all y'all falling off now. Oh, they got what was feel free to beam back in. What was the Great Wall of China between the two? Was there differences on the morality? That's the biggest difference. Was Malcolm X human? Did he have pride? Was his feelings hurt? Was he angry? He's human. Malcolm X wasn't a god. He was a man. He was living. He was having a human experience. Okay. And now at the end of the day, y'all exclude John Ali did live with Malcolm from 1957 to 1960, and then he lived with Elijah Muhammad for 9 months to be exact. Don't worry, the stuff is gonna come out, man. But at the end of the day, that's why it's not that I'm not enamored with his private life. That was the straw that broke the camel's back. That was the straw that broke the camel's back with Elijah Muhammad, because the first thing Elijah Muhammad said was go back and tell those people that it's not true. If those are your wives and those are your kids that you never took pictures with, why are you telling everyone to be quiet? Now everyone is going to say, oh man, what people who support the Nation of Islam are going to say, you're an agent, you're this, you're that. No, it's the truth. The Nation of Islam, my 43 years of life, has not taken accountability for their actions. And you expect people who are truth seekers to sit there and just take it? If you exchange the name, that man in Texas and that man in the other country, He told people to take a drink, and what, 80 people died? I mean, hundreds of people died. They thought he was God, and we thought he was crazy. Now you see how we have circumstantial when it fits our narrative. When it fits our narrative, it makes sense. But when a man is telling you to take a drink and you're going to meet him in heaven, y'all call him crazy. See now you see the difference. Now whatever gets you to the other side, and you believe in paradise, you believe in heaven, it's totally on you. I don't. It's totally on you. But I don't know the percentages. I just know black men pulled the trigger. So if you're going to play the black card, how about you talk to all the Muslims that didn't hold mosque number 25 accountable up until today? How about you suspend? How about you just get rid of mosque 25? People don't want to have honest conversation. They just sit there and just casually just overstep it. Oh, that's not a problem. You wouldn't want your daughter to be wife number 9, wife number 9, wife number 10. How about you let your daughter have the 23rd child? He's a messenger of God. The new Quran in America say you can't have wives, but the Quran over here say you can. The Quran said he's black. I don't know. So at the end of the day, I'm gonna let y'all keep talking, and I just wanted to respond to that, and we'll go from Brandon. I'm not gonna have. It's too many people for the Malcolm Flex. I know you didn't like what I was saying, so I'll let you go. Go ahead.
Peace. Can you hear me?
Yeah, very well. Go ahead.
Fred, my brother, I've been watching you for a while, and my brother, you really tanked this. And you lost some respect for me when you let Charleston White come on your platform saying F Malcolm X repeatedly, brother. And you sat on this platform with a smirk on your face and didn't even interrupt that brother. But you get a brother who's highly civilized and intelligent and renowned across the nation with his scholarship, brother. And I've never seen you disrespect anyone on your platform the way you disrespected Dr. Wesley Muhammad. I'm going to say that first. Second, my brother, and this is a question to you. I'm going to ask you a common sense question, right? Because for some reason, we tend to act as if Brother Malcolm X was perfect and he wasn't a man.
You said he's perfect.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you a question. Okay, so if Malcolm X, if you don't think he was perfect, so if Malcolm X had prior knowledge to the messenger's domestic life, and he was in the nation, in the mosque, and he had prior knowledge to what was going on, and he never said anything while he was in the nation, but when he was getting ready to get evicted from that house that was owned by the Nation of Islam, and he had to go back and forth to court, then he decided to say something because he was getting evicted. How can he be a person without fault, knowing this type of information and not speaking up from the get-go? That's question one. And I got a follow-up question after that.
No, go ahead. No, go ahead. I'll answer. Answer.
Okay, that's the first question. My second question is, if, for instance, and I'll give a hypothetical, you have your own platform called Barbershop Conversations. So, and you have thousands of followers or subscribers, and you beefing with a certain platform, okay? Somebody from a certain platform. And you tell your subscribers or your followers, man, look, this is just a back and forth that we having. Leave that individual alone. Don't bother them. Leave them alone. But one of your subscribers go out and murder that individual despite your orders and your commands that you gave to your followers. Are you guilty of their crimes?
I'll answer that in a second. I'll answer that. I appreciate you calling in. I'll answer both those questions.
Thank
for
you.
Sure. All right, for sure. So let's. I'm going to unpack what he said. He says Charleston White. Charleston White is a comedian to me. Like when I go to the comedy hour, I mean, I'm not saying he's perfect. I'm not saying what he's saying isn't true, but I knew what I was getting with Charleston White when he came on the show. I laugh when I go to the comedy hour. I don't take my Bible or my Quran when I go to the Laugh Factory. You get what I'm saying? And two, as it pertains to Wesley Muhammad, he wouldn't let me ask the questions in the beginning. He wouldn't let me ask the questions. He interrupted me, and he wanted to dominate. He wanted to. This is about my 30,000th interview. He wanted to emotionally, spiritually, and physically dominate this interview. Y'all saw it. And at the end of the day, if I am asking the questions, he has to allow me to ask the questions. Okay? Now, let's get to about the subscribers, about the this and the that. I don't think, I'm just going to real simplify it. Secular beefs are astronomically different than religious, than religious morals and compass and what you abide by. It's completely different. So I don't think you can have that same conversation. Okay. And that's simply it. You know, that's it. It's really easy to answer that question. So anyways, we got B Ford. Go ahead. Oh, you're not connected, B Ford. Your device isn't connected. If anybody else wants to beam in, you're more than welcome to. And I want you guys to know, I've never called them his hoes. I was using a quote. And it's funny how you can use FBI quotes, you can use book quotes, but you don't want to use the people that was there as a resource. How convenient. How convenient. No one in this chat was there, probably. 95%, 98% of the people wasn't there. They're just reading or listening to secondhand stories. But when the people that were actually there tell you what happened, it's not accurate. And the same thing I said about the FBI files. I personally don't believe every conversation in FBI in the FBI files are accurate. But Wesley Muhammad wanted to use the conversation. I use it for location. And at the end of the day, you can tell the energy when you cross-reference. When you cross-reference, you can tell the energy of what's going on. But the conversations, I don't if y'all like narratives, if y'all like, I just want to know, when they ask you in court, were you there? Yes or no? Say yes. And hopefully I answered your, if I didn't answer your question, put it back in there. But his religious, if he was God, he should have had mercy. Elijah Muhammad Jr. wasn't suspended after that. And that was in June. In September, Elijah Muhammad said his eyes should be closed. That was September when Elijah Muhammad said that. So if he said don't touch him in June, according to Wesley Muhammad, he said don't touch him in June. In September, he said his eyes need to be closed. So did Elijah Muhammad have a change of heart? I'm using the same facts he used when it works for him. But I get it. I get it. I get it. Are you ready? Infinite satisfaction? That sounds weird, but go ahead. You ready?
Peace. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead. Very well. Go ahead.
Peace, man. I'm so disappointed in you. I don't know what to do, man. You can hear me?
Very well.
The doc gave you every chance and all type of respect, and you disrespected him.
in the Nation of Islam, and you cut him off. He's
Did he
getting.
cut me off? Did he cut me off?
I didn't see that part. I came in late. I
Oh,
heard what you just said.
okay.
That he was cutting
Y'all
you
not
off
gonna count
earlier.
you're not gonna count how I'm intentionally cutting you off. That's what he did to me. 40 times. 40. Every time I talked, he tried to cut me off. Every time. He wouldn't. I had to ask him, can I talk? So I mean, so what? So you got. I don't wallow in people saying that this. I'm human. I don't wallow in people saying I'm disappointed in you. I'm not a god. I'm human. So I'm just saying this. I intentionally cut you off to let you know how he did me. He cut me off and he talked for 5 minutes. He cut me off and he talked. But y'all don't want to talk about how he cut me off.
Well, I didn't see that. I only saw you cutting him off, and it was. I mean, his scholarship is pretty much unmatched in the world of scholarship. So, I mean, you look silly to me just trying to talk to him in general. I mean, you don't want to accept the facts. You know, you just said a second ago, he wouldn't want his daughter to be a second wife, but you didn't go into the detail. You know, you didn't go into the context of what he was saying, and you continually do that, and it's really disrespectful to yourself. You know, Malcolm. Okay, Malcolm. He didn't have a problem with any of the Islamic friends that he had that had multiple wives. You didn't mention that, or the African friends that he had that had multiple wives. Why was it such a horrible thing that Elijah Muhammad had multiple wives? The women themselves, he said that they were wives. They weren't like hoes. Like you pulled it out at the end, like, oh, we got him. We got him. He got hoes. He got hoes. Come on, this is a man of God. He did more, arguably, for Black people in the history of America than anybody ever. Ever. So why are we gonna try and tear him down? So he is a human being. He's a human being, right? We have domestic lives. I came in when you were talking about that. You have a wife. Wesley has a wife. We all have problems and relationships, and things get muddy. And sometimes you can't understand in a divine situation. That's what Wesley said. He was talking about a divine situation, that if Elijah Muhammad had chosen his daughter to be a wife, he would be honored. You want to sweep that part under the rug. Well, I'm gonna let you speak, brother. I was just disappointed that we always trying to tear each other down and not lift each other up, man. But keep doing what you do, man. Bring Wesley back on, and he'll just do it again.
Appreciate it. Now, see, it's amazing how you circumvent the facts. Elijah Muhammad Jr. said, I want Malcolm X's tongue, but it's funny how you say me, oh, we tearing each other down. You got to make it make sense. I'm not asking for a man to die. And the reason why Elijah Muhammad's exploitations is so important, because that is one of the biggest reasons why he wanted Malcolm X dealt with. That's the biggest reason. It wasn't because he was disrespectful to a white man that he calls the devil. Don't you know, a year ago, Elijah Muhammad and Malcolm X were praising the 120 white people from the state of Georgia that crashed in the plane. It was an act of God. But this white man, who Elijah Muhammad says he wants nothing to do with the government, but in 1974 he's sitting beside a presidential Nixon, what do you call them? Well, he works for President Nixon, getting an award. in the city of Chicago. You got to make it make sense. At the end of the day, the biggest divide between Elijah Muhammad, and Malcolm X was not those comments. Elijah Muhammad did not want it to get out. That's why he told them to go back and tell them. That is not true. Who else we got? We got Hustler Slim. Brandon, it's hard to have it's too many people, man. I'm being honest. I'll let you know when it. Actually, I got Christopher Jornake. Oh, Hustler Slim, it's on you. Go ahead.
What's going on, Fred? Can you hear me?
Yeah, just wait, Brandon. I'll loop around and come get you. Yeah, go ahead.
I just know what I'm saying what's up to everybody in the chat, know what I'm saying? They never just called in, you know what I'm saying? I just want to speak to everybody. You know what I'm saying? Deep topic. Real deep topic. But the only question I want to ask you, Fred,
Please.
when it comes to Malcolm, and your stance that you take on it, and you know your stance on like the nation or whatever. In Malcolm's mindset, do you think Malcolm would lean toward your approach as far as like a personal want or verification of like or validation or your feelings of what you really think transpired or what happened or the overall goal of what he got involved with the nation as
Well,
far as like
that Wednesday or that Thursday in that interview he had on that radio station, it's an hour-long interview, hour and 20 minutes. Feel free to watch it on YouTube. It's in Malcolm X voice. And he died stating what basically what I'm echoing.
and I'm not saying no, I'm saying what you're saying is wrong because like I said, I'm not a member, no I'm saying, you know why anything like that. Um 'cause and people can know what I'm saying, like reiterate what I've been saying in the chat all night or whatever. Like what you were saying, what the brother Muhammad was saying or whatever. Y'all both are like powerful members of the community. Both of you. Y'all both make valid points. And it's like to see you on like opposite sides of the spectrum or whatever. It's actually painful for me to like listen because it's like it seems like we have so many people, you know what I'm saying, they could do like so many things for the community as a whole. And it's like because we have different standpoints or whatnot, we can't come together because it's like he wants to prove his point, you want to prove your point, and both of y'all have valid points. And it's hurtful because as a whole, we need both of y'all. We need you both. And it's like we can't find a common ground.
It's gonna be challenging to find a common ground when you have an entity who won't admit that is their fault. It's so important. You don't understand how important that is. It's deplorable in my eyes. It's deplorable that people who can visually see, they can say Elijah Muhammad is the only man on earth that can have nine women and 21 kids. That's acceptable. But he died of bronchitis and high blood pressure. And how are you a god, right? And you die of human character, like you die of being a human.
Well, like I said, I don't follow no Islam for like the God aspect of that thing like that. I don't follow that. So I can't, you know what I'm saying, like comment on that. What I'm saying is that
Oh, I get it. And
it's like it's the information that you both have. You know what I'm saying? It's beneficial, and it seems like it's like being like combative to a certain extent.
oh shit, your phone died. All right, Christopher is your name. Go ahead.
What's up, my brother?
Hey, what's up?
I'm gonna leave off on kind of what Hustler, see what I'm saying about the disappointment, but I'm not disappointed in you because Fred, I think like you think. And I won't hold your line up, but I think pretty much like you think when it comes to us as a people. We blame everybody for what they do to us. But I've been questioning this for years, and I've been listening to you, and I've been kind of studying why we won't admit that we kill Malcolm. Why they won't admit it? Black people kill Malcolm. Black people pull the trigger. We say we're doing things for each other, but we steady killing each other. It just don't. And then you have brothers coming, they disappointed in you. I'm still disappointed that black people always killing our black leaders. And then they don't want to admit it. They just don't want to admit it. So I mean, it's sickening, Fred. But great show, big brother. Keep doing what you're doing and keep thinking for yourself. Some people can't think for themselves. They like a bunch of sheep led to the slaughter. They gotta follow somebody.
Thank you.
Thanks, Fred. I'm out.
Asia Math, and I think we can recycle, and I think we can recycle the list. So hang in there, Brandon. Go ahead, Asia.
Hey, salute, Fred. What was going on earlier, man? You just clicked me out.
No, I was saying Asia. Come on, man. I wouldn't. Come on. Brandon disagrees with me 1,000%, and I'm still gonna let him get on, man. Y'all built this platform. Cut it out, man.
Yeah. No, Fred, it might have not.
I'm joking with you, man.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Oh, but great show, man. I mean, and hey, he had you on the ropes, Fred. And this ain't me. Hold on, Fred.
Okay. I'll listen.
Let me dock my yacht.
Mm-hmm.
He had you on the ropes, but I was in the chat. I was rooting for you from the corner, and I threw you a bone, and I'm glad you got it because you showed you like, hey, Asia threw me something. I'm gonna use this motherfucker. You sure came with it. No.
Go ahead.
When you act him, you say, "Well, was you there?" And you go back and look at the thing. I put it in there. I say, Craig gonna use that chess move, that was you there move. I said it was about 30 minutes later. You came and you asked him. But I didn't know if you were reading the chat or not, but I did. I put that in the chat.
I appreciate you. I need all the help possible. Y'all producers. I'm gonna tell you one thing.
Yeah.
I ain't even used, man. I had so many. I had John Ali. I got a quote from John Ali saying we wanted him dead. Come on, like I can go on and on and on and on and on. Like the same way he was. Oh, I need all the help possible. I'm not even gonna tell you that. Elijah Muhammad needed help. That's why he got followers. So what are y'all talking about? I need help. I need help. So what are you saying, nigga?
He had a whole archive behind him, and he's a doctor. He's a scholar.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So the point I want to make is that the same way he was toting his own horn about how much. See, he was intellectually masturbating for like an hour. That's what he was doing. He was saying how smart he was because it sounds beautiful. It sounds like he knows what he's talking about, and he knows his facts. Like he done had this conversation 10,000 times. Okay. I wasn't about to out fact him, and I knew I wasn't. I watched his interviews.
Okay, so you had to study him.
No, y'all think I'm just going to, no, I'm not going to out fact this guy. Yeah. But I interjected on purpose, and he knew where I wanted to go. If you want to use the FBI files, then Elijah Muhammad is guilty, and he knows it 100%. If he's going to use the conversations in the FBI files and the boss files and the CIA files, Elijah Muhammad is guilty.
But I ain't gonna be long because I know it's 2 minutes for everyone, so I'm gonna respect that. Mm-hmm. Great show. I would recommend having him back on. I think that'd be good
coming
for this
back.
platform.
Coming
Not necessarily him, but of his likeliness. You know, 'cause beautiful. You know what I'm saying? You know, it's like you said when we built this, it wasn't just built on boxing. You know, we're multi-layered here. Where you know, it's levels to this. So they were real entertaining. And salute to DB for sending me that link earlier. Well, he sent it to me.
Thank you, DB.
Yeah, he sent it to me directly to my phone. So I guess he was like, Asian Mass, you better be you better be here. If nobody else be here, you better be here tuning in. Yeah, he sent it to me earlier today, I believe. I was out and about doing a lot of things, but I got it and I said, okay, cool. He must want me to really be in there. So yeah, salute to you, DB, for sending me that link. And it was good. And I got some breaking news for you.
What's that?
I know who Terrence Crawford fight.
Who he fighting?
Who he fighting? I don't know. Huh?
Who he fighting?
I'm gonna call in tomorrow and let y'all know. Salute to your friends. Salute to your DB. Salute to everybody in the chat. One love.
Appreciate you. See, and I appreciate you, Asia. We got Megazar. I don't know if you spoke, Megazar. And then I guess we got discussions. Then we got Batman. We got Mark Nash. Damn, Brandon, just hold on tight because we got new people coming. I definitely want you to respond because I already know where you're going. Now, see, here's the point. I want y'all to understand. I've been doing this. I'm not saying I'm not a scholar. I'm like a quasi historian. Okay, I'm not even telling y'all. No, that's not what I'm saying. But when you use arbitrary facts, like the New York Daily News. And Wesley Muhammad knows the New York Daily News is arbitrary. He knows the New York Daily News, the CIA and the FBI was sending articles to the New York Daily News, the New York Times to publish. So when you use that as a primary resource, that means I can use them. And because he does this every day, he knows the exact date. He knows the exact time and all this and all that. I may miss a date or two, but I know the time frame, and he knows exactly what just like he knew exactly what I was talking about as it pertains when Malcolm X changed the conversation. He said it. It might have been a month earlier. So if you want to use arbitrary facts like the New York Daily News, then guess what? I can use the FBI files and the New York Daily News. Because the New York Daily News and other newspapers started questioning Elijah Muhammad's finances in the 70s. So do we want to use them as primary facts or no? That's what I'm saying. So y'all, so that's what, and I'm not questioning his research. I don't want to question the man's research. What's up, Batman? Hey, Batman, what's up?
What's up? What's up, friend, man?
How you feel, man?
I'm cooling, man. I see they trying to motherfucking crucify you on here, man.
Yeah, man. It's cool. I was born alone, man.
Yeah, man. Man, look, man. Man, Malcolm was a great man, man. You know, he wasn't no God or nothing. You know, ain't none of us gods. But look at here, man. They killed that man. There's no way around it. If everybody keeps saying all this bullshit, won't the FBI drop them motherfucking them wiretaps? Won't they drop the wiretaps and see what the fuck was really being said? Motherfucker can say what he said in public, what Elijah Muhammad said in public. What the fuck he was saying behind closed doors? I mean, you know what I'm saying? Motherfucker can say the shit that was said in public that's knowledgeable, but what was being said behind closed doors? You know, motherfuckers feel a different way behind closed doors. Be real. Motherfuckers need to be real, man. Come on, man. They were scared that Malcolm X was getting too famous. He was getting too famous inside that whole clique. He wasn't trying to take over. That man ain't say nothing wrong about the great Elijah Muhammad until he found out what he found out. But they was looking at he had the pull. He was getting the pull. I was becoming the man. At the end of the day, everybody was going to start following me. I was going to be what you was. What you is to me, I was going to be to the people. But the brothers that you know what I'm saying, that was on the same level as Malcolm, ain't like that shit. I mean, that's what I get from it. And and then when he started saying what the fuck was really, man, look, you've been through this before. I know everybody been through this before. When you was a child or a teenager, you idolized somebody, and then you really find out who the fuck they really is. And you find out who the fuck they really is. And that shit just, god damn, I thought he was this person. Or, like, when you meet your hero and your hero a fucking asshole. That's what Malcolm X did. He saw who the fuck his hero was. His hero was a fucking fraud. But that's all I gotta say, Fred, man. I ain't, you know what I'm saying?
Appreciate. Get that fight date, man. Get the fight date, man. Get me excited, man.
Man, I'm going up the house tomorrow.
Okay. Good.
And if I get something, man, I'll let y'all know.
For sure. Thank you.
All
right, one. Thank you. Appreciate it. All right, we got Mark Nash, and I think we can reset. Hey, B Ford, you're not connected. I see you've been hanging in there a minute, but your device is not connected. Mark Nash. We got Mark Nash and Khalifa. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that correctly. He beamed in, and then we'll get back to the recycles. We got Brandon and Malcolm Flex, and then B Ford and Czar and all that. What's up, Mark Nash?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Fred, how you doing, my friend?
I'm good, man. What you got?
Hey, man. I'm gonna be honest, Fred. I learned a lot from watching your show. You know, I'm new to the game. You one of the OGs, been around for a minute. I watch you interview a lot, and I notice you are silent often, and you let the conversation develop. I learned that from you. I didn't see a lot of that this time. I saw a lot of, for lack of a better word, I don't mean to offend you when I say this, but I'll shoot it anyway. It was kind of like gotcha journalism at times. It was seeming like you weren't trying to communicate with them from a point of comprehension and trying to understand. It was more like, I got you here. It was times where you appeared to be a little condescending. I saw that on his part too. Sometimes you seemed a little ill prepared. You were saying, I don't have my notes. I can't count how many times I heard you say I don't have my notes. I was actually disappointed to hear that. Yes, he did cut you off, but it was times where you were struggling to remember something. He tried to cut you off to say the name or the place or date, and you were like, no, let me finish. You cut me off, but he was trying to help the audience, I thought, at certain times have the date, have the name of certain things. So I'm just curious. Like, I know you're a writer, you're an author, you work on films. I was just trying to see what the end game here. Are you like working on an expose? Are we just trying to get answers? Also, that was one question. The second question I heard you say you answered, but you didn't quite answer it. You said it's a difference between secular beef and religious beef, i.e., one of your subscribers go off and catch a body because you beefing with another channel. You said, well, it's just a difference, but murder is murder, and somebody did lose their life here, right? So I feel like that was a fair question that we didn't get an answer on. Are you responsible for what your subscribers do? That was question 2. I know this is loaded, but I'm just trying to get it all out real quick. The third question was, you said, hey, we're taking things from the FBI. Hey, we're using the FBI transcripts. I trust the location, but not the words. But we're trusting the words from other people who were there, but not the words that are here. I thought that was interesting. Like, you picking and choosing what you want to use from it. And I never heard him say he didn't want to use nothing from it. You seem shocked that he wanted to use it, but I never heard him say, nah, we're going to nitpick that. And it just seemed like a lot of little gotcha moments here. But just to recap, the question was, yeah, what about your subscribers saying somebody on the murder? are you responsible for that? I think the obvious answer is no, right? Unless you're advocating for that. Also, the location. You pick the locations, but not the transcripts from what was said. But we picking the transcripts from what was said from the people you interview.
I
So,
got
and the
20
third
seconds.
question again is, are you working on a book? You working on a piece? Like, what is our end game here at the shop? Thank you again for your time. Love the show. Yeah, man, you ain't lose no subscriber with the boy. I still rock with you
Oh,
heavy.
I don't
I like the
care.
fact you revealed.
I'm not offended by other people's truth, and I'll gladly answer. Let me get to the next part. I'll gladly
Yes,
answer.
sir. Yes, sir. Thank you again for your time.
Yep, for sure. Let's see if I can remember. He said, "Was I ill prepared?" I don't think I was ill prepared. But let me start from the top. He said the FBI files. See, when you read you're asking the question and you don't know the FBI files. The FBI files is timestamps and conversations. Sometimes the conversations is anti-Elijah Muhammad. He's a black cult. Sometimes they say Malcolm X is a cult leader out of mosque number 7, 102 West 116th Street and all that stuff. So that's why I said you got to be careful when you're taking conversations from the FBI, because that means I can take any conversation. So I could have said the Nation of Islam is a cult because the FBI said it. Now, was I cutting him off? See, there was a point in the conversation, and you guys are not doing the interview, so you guys can't. You guys can't feel him wanting to dominate the conversation. And at some point, you got to be a man. I don't care if I'm interviewing Jesus Christ, Elijah Muhammad, Wesley Muhammad. I had to be a man in this instance, whether I'm right or whether I'm wrong. I started off just asking him. He said he just wanted to dive right into it, so we dove right into it. And he didn't. The first question, he didn't let me ask the question, and then we bantered for like 2 to 3 minutes. I sat back and let him answer the question for 20 minutes. And then I tried to respond and then ask another question. And he wouldn't let me. And then in that moment, when he wouldn't let me ask the question, and then when he used the term weasel and then backpedaled, see, you can't throw a rock and hide your hand, not when you're dealing with a man. And I consider myself a man in every instance of my life. I never called him out of his name. Whatever was I being condescending? Yes, I was being condescending because he was intellectually masturbating on purpose. And if you're doing the interview, you know exactly what that feels like. And that's the truth. And I have everything in my living room. It's not that I wasn't prepared. I didn't want to use the FBI files, because if we use the FBI files, Mark Nash, it's no reason for us to have this conversation. Elijah Muhammad is guilty. The Nation of Islam is guilty. And if you haven't read the FBI files, if you haven't read the CIA files, I suggest that you do. Because in those files, Elijah Muhammad was giving off the energy like he wanted Malcolm X dead. John Ali wanted Malcolm X dead. Sharif wanted Malcolm X dead. In those files, the energy that they're giving off. So that I didn't want to use them. So that's why I was shocked. I was really, I'm just being honest. I was absolutely shocked when he said he wanted to use the FBI file, because that's a white man interpreting the conversation. And his job is to take it back to his boss. And his boss is probably J. Edgar Hoover or whoever's in charge of boss or whoever's in charge of the CIA. Now, I genuinely believe, I think the last question was about secular versus religious. No, he said he's a messenger of God. He's a messenger of God. So when you're a messenger of God, YouTube is not. No. Because guess what? No one was disciplined who spoke out vehemently against Malcolm X. if he's the messenger of God. John Ali was never disciplined in that time frame. He was disciplined in 1970, 1969, 1970. And that's just what I feel about it. Man, we got like 20, 30 more minutes, man. We're gonna get out of here. We got Khalifa, Sister Kenya, and then we'll, if no one else new beams in, we'll recycle it. Go ahead, Khalifa. Hopefully I pronounced your name correctly.
I'm not gonna say anything.
You live, bro.
I'm not gonna say anything, brother.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm just listening because I got here late.
Oh, okay.
I appreciate all the information, brother, and I appreciate you and your honesty. You know, I just pray a lot that we can just somehow work across all the pain and divisions, because our collective needs as Black people, especially this late hour, you know, calls for unity where we can across all the pain and the hurt. You know, I believe it was Dr. Wesley Muhammad who said that, you know, this subject is in some ways even more painful than slavery. And that's saying a hell of a lot. I just pray a lot for the healing, brother. That's all I got to say. Wish you nothing but peace and love to everyone in here, brother. That's all.
Thank you. Appreciate it. All right. We got Sister Kenya. We got Champion Heart. And then if no one else new beams in, we'll start recycling them. All right. Y'all can see I'm beaming in new people every time. All right. So I'm not avoiding y'all. All right. Go ahead, Sister Kenya.
Yes. I was gonna say I watched this whole thing. This is my first time seeing your program, so I don't know your demeanor and how you approach stuff. But I just want to give my perspective on it. It just seems like you came in with a specific intention, and that's the way it read. Whether that was what you were trying to do, that's what it came off, and that is something that was totally in your hands as the interviewer and ones who platform it is. And like the previous caller said, it seems like very gotcha-ish. And I think the miscommunication seems to come from your understanding of how to like receive the information and which view to see it from. And what I mean by that is the way Dr. Wesley is presenting information and how you wanted him to answer, because you were saying certain things were very condescendingly, like how you frame him, like how you kept saying he takes 20 minutes. First it went from like 10, then it went for 15, and went 10, then went to 20. I was here from the very beginning to this point. And it's those type of framings of how you say little petty jabs like that sets the tone for your intentions and what you're trying to do here. And it just seems that you wasn't coming from a place of understanding. And that's a disservice to the audience for people who don't know, who isn't as detailed or research as you or Dr. Wesley. Because then there's too many emotions involved, and then people get caught up because there was too much time going back and forth where you guys were saying, I interrupted you, you interrupted me, because this is a heavy topic. And just like the last brother said, this is a super sensitive subject for us as Black people. And I just felt like, I don't know you, brother, but I felt like you weren't prepared for this type of conversation today. And then that's a misstep for what it could have been if you were properly prepared. I don't know how much you know. Like I said, I never really watched you before. And I don't want to like just keep saying negative things, but I just think if you because that's not my intention. I'm just giving perspective.
Be intentional.
And I hope you'll live. I hope you receive it. But just like if you were coming from a place of understanding or trying to find understanding, reach your ground, or just get different perspective, it fell short. So if you do approach this again with someone with a different perspective, I hope you come different with it. Just because it doesn't matter whether you agree or believe, because what it should have been was you give your perspective, he gives his, and let people believe what they're going to believe, because that's all you can do at the end of the day, correct? You can't force someone to believe, and that's like, because you're coming from you're coming from one perspective, and the doctor is coming from someone in the nation how to get taught. So you see the world and to see things, or who Elijah Muhammad was and how they're taught to see Elijah Muhammad, or the truth of him is different than what you may know. So you're coming from a different perspective and not understanding things in the proper context. And context is everything when it comes to anyone dealing with anyone in the nation, and from what I've learned. And that's it. That's all. I don't want to go on. I just hope that people, like, this is good dialogue to have, but like always try to come with of understanding and know what your intention is, and you know what I mean. Don't come here just trying to prove someone wrong, or let ego lead the dialogue. That's all. Especially when there's Black people. Thank you.
Appreciate you. It's just most beautiful when I got you next, Champion Heart. When people are not. I would have let the man listen. I would have let the man talk. Y'all don't understand, because y'all not doing the interview. I wasn't going on, y'all. I wasn't coming on this interview to prove I was smarter than him. I have 4 questions for this man. 4 questions, because I know how he answers questions. Y'all want to hear who sounds the most intelligent. No, I want to know, was the FBI, was the Nation of Islam a part of the killer? That's all I wanted. He said yes. Were those his wives? He says yes. But I have someone in the house who said it was. We spent 30 minutes, 40 minutes on that one topic. And then I know he was going to come back and say, because I've heard him speak before about Malcolm X wanted to come back to the nation. He never wanted to come back to the nation. That's a talking point. That is a talking point. That is not a historical fact. Betty Shabazz would not have allowed that in her house. 1, she didn't like Louis Farrakhan, and 2, she didn't like Elijah Muhammad at that point. She died believing Elijah Muhammad had something to do with his murder. And that's the truth. I didn't want to come here and talk about, I know how we do interviews. I didn't want to come on. I could have had 100 pieces of paper and 100. I had 4 questions I wanted to ask the man. That's it. It's really simple. It's really that simple. If y'all want, if I'm not going to compete about how intelligent he is or how intelligent I am. So we got Champion Heart coming in. Go ahead, Champ.
Hey, what's going on, brother?
Hey, what you got?
All right. I'll be real quick, man. Tonight was pretty heavy.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think anybody was expecting it to get as heavy as it did. But it was definitely a good show. I had a question for the brother, but I didn't. I had given it to DB earlier. I was in a situation. Well, it never got answered, but he was almost saying the same thing that Nuri Muhammad and Dimitri Muhammad was saying about Malcolm coming back to the nation, and Malcolm said that he knew that he wasn't going to be reinstated because he thought that bringing Ali into the nation would, in the hopes that would get him reinstated. But when that didn't happen, he knew then that he wouldn't be reinstated. One of the things that the sister who just called said that I agree with is that everyone has their perception of Elijah Muhammad. So when you hear something that's against your perception, then of course you're gonna be defensive, and you don't want to hear that. Like you said, I have read some of the FBI files, and if you talk about the FBI files, then there's no point of the debate because the FBI file says it all. And I noticed his energy changed a little bit when you brought up the FBI file.
Yeah, like he knows where I was. He knew where I was going. Because I can paraphrase Elijah Muhammad files. I don't know the exact dates because, you know, I just don't know, but I know the time frame. And when he said that January conversation, he jumped off of that and jumped into February. And I said, no, what about January 2nd and January 4th? Because I can get up from this seat. I wanted to so bad to run to my living room and get all my notes and explain to him, if you can use that conversation, and if you can use a newspaper article from the New York Daily News, who today is not a credible source. The New York Times, the New York Daily News is a vlog. In case you guys didn't know that. If you're gonna use them, I can use anything I want to do. So I thought I'm gonna be honest with you. I thought honestly, and I say this respectfully, I thought he was well studied and well versed not to use the FBI file. You get what I'm saying? Like, he knows there's too much interpretation there.
Right.
So that's why I was really shocked, because now you just open me up where it's over. And that's what I said. If you use that, the interview was over.
Right.
Elijah Muhammad wanted him dead, and the FBI made sure of that. So
right, without a doubt. You know, I'm gonna say this real quick, man, and I'm gonna go because I know everybody's trying to come in. One of the things that, you know, the very reason why I admire Malcolm so much is because, you know, this the influence that Elijah Muhammad had on his life, and to mold him, you know, to become who he became. Even with that, you know, this man being his mentor, you know, he still his integrity wouldn't let him not address, you know, the things that was happening, and that's a big part of Malcolm. People have to understand. Just saying you tearing each other down, it's a debate. Malcolm had many debates. It's not tearing each other down. You know what I'm saying? In debates, you have disagreements. That's all it is. You know, so it's not a matter of tearing each other down. That's all I got, man. Much respect, brother.
Appreciate you. All right, we'll go back around now. No one else new beamed in. I got Megazard, then I got Brandon, then I got Flex. Appreciate you. All right, we'll go like that. And where we at? We got Megazard. Go ahead, bro.
Yes, sir. As far as Charleston White, he's a comedian to me too. I'm not gonna even lie. I shouldn't laugh at shit that I shouldn't be laughing at that man says. That I know that he knows better, and I know he's playing a role, and he's specifically playing a role because if you ever talk to him off camera, he's a totally different person. But that's neither here nor there. But in dealing with this Malcolm X issue, I just want to say, Fred, you do know we don't believe that Elijah Muhammad is Allah. We believe Master Farad Muhammad is Allah. And we believe that Master Farad Muhammad, the man that taught Elijah Muhammad, he's the messenger of him. So he's the messenger of Allah in that way. We believe him to be the messenger of Allah. We never once attributed Allah status to Elijah Muhammad. Never. That's not Elijah Muhammad's teaching. The teaching of the Most High Elijah Muhammad is that Master Farad Muhammad is Allah and I am his messenger. That's his teaching in base. And I'm going to say this, and I know there's got my brother Brandon behind me, and you got Flex. Shout out to Flex, you know what I'm saying, in Cali. Big up to my bro. There were laborers who were jealous of Malcolm X. Oh yeah, it was a large number of believers who felt that way, brother. Ain't nobody, look here, nobody's gonna ever deny you that. As a historian of my nation, I gotta be truthful. Yeah, they did. That would be the only reason Elijah Muhammad would have to say, leave him alone. You know, in that instance, he told Minister Farrakhan who his enemies were going to be. And Malcolm X told Mr. Farrakhan, I wish it was you being an example for me instead of me being an example for you, because he knew the way that he trained brothers. And he knew the way that him and Captain Shaw trained brothers, that they will come after him. He knew that. Now, am I sitting here pinpointing the blame? We know it's black men who shot him, and we all know they got paid by the government, except for Talmadge Hair, and that's why he went public and he went rogue in his before statements. His before statements don't sound like his after ones. He started veering, like Dr. Wesley was saying. That's neither here nor there. But in dealing with this whole Malcolm X issue, I'm gonna say this: the Nation of Islam became more popular after Malcolm X died, and then the Nation of Islam fell in 1975. I came in Nation of Islam in 2004. There's nothing for me to admit I didn't do a goddamn thing to Malcolm X. My daddy was 3 years old, so if my daddy was 3, I was nowhere around. You know what I'm saying? Mr. Farrakhan built an entire Nation of Islam with entire different people. There's nothing for us to admit, me personally. But as being fair to history, Fred, that climate was dark in the motherfucker. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and lie to you, bro. That shit was dark because them people were really jealous of Malcolm, not Elijah Muhammad. They were jealous of Malcolm because of how much Elijah Muhammad loved Malcolm. But let me tell you some other fly shit, Fred. Do you know that when Elijah Muhammad was picked to be the leader by Farad, that they attempted to kill him? His own brother attempted to kill him. And what did Elijah Muhammad do? He ran from them. He put Malcolm X in that pressurized situation because he was going to be the heir apparent. And when it got too late, Malcolm X realized that, and he told me, I wish it was you. Be an example for me instead of me being an example for you. So when it became Minister Farrakhan's turn, he succeeded. You know why? Because he had an example. That's why he teach us the way he teach us in regards to Malcolm X. Man, we're not to disrespect Malcolm X and the Nation of Islam. If Mr. Farrakhan heard any one of us disrespecting Malcolm X, we'll probably get some time, brother. Real talk. Real talk. I don't mean to be long-winded, but no, man. Man, if you know Brandon loved Malcolm X. And Brandon will tell you, me and him will go back and forth daily. I talked to Brandon Washington. He's really Brandon Muhammad, but I don't know why he still got Washington as his slave. And you should rag him on that too, brother Fred. He's Muhammad in the mosque, but he's Washington on your goddamn show. That don't make no sense. So you should get on him about that. I asked him why don't he wear his Muhammad proudly.
Between him and God.
No, I'm just saying that's another point for you to rag his tail on.
I know.
You know what I'm saying? But no, brother, I enjoy this type of thing that I get off on. I love it. You know what I'm saying? But because you have a very view, that don't make you not my brother. That don't mean I'm not gonna tune into your show. If you have Charleston White on tomorrow, I will be watching so I can laugh. You know what I'm saying? If you have, regardless, man, we black men, bro, and we're gonna have to write this shit together. But from a personal standpoint, ain't nothing for me to admit to. I wasn't a part. I wasn't around. History is always best qualified to reward our research. And when we look back, that climate was a hell of a climate. I can't, like I said, I'm not qualified to speak on it. I wasn't there. But I do. Yeah. Yes, sir. You get the next.
Appreciate you.
Appreciate you too, bro.
All the time. Brandon, you up next, man. You up next, Brandon. So, you know, it's interesting because how I got reintroduced to Wesley Muhammad was when Benjamin Crump came out with the thing that it was the police, and he immediately said the Nation of Islam was not responsible for that. You understand what I'm saying? So when I hear that, it's like you're being disingenuous, because it wasn't 5 white men with guns at the Audubon Ballroom. So Brandon, you up, right? You up? Yep, you up. Go ahead, Brandon.
What's going on, Fred? I'm ready. I wrote down some things, and I'm coming in with now. When you say this is how we should explain. Dr. Wesley was trying to get you to understand. It's like, okay, a police officer that has been disciplined by the police department. They've been under discipline. They've been told they can't go out and fight crime and work under the jurisdiction of the police department. Are they a member of the police department? Yes. But they're in bad standing with the police department, which takes away some of their privileges as a member. That's the same thing that he was trying to explain to you about. Were the people that went into the actual members of the Nation of Islam? Yes, but were they active member? Were they in good standing? And were they? No, they were not. So that's where you keep trying. That's why that's where I think the contention and the hang up is that you don't understand. You don't want to understand the nuances of what they're trying to tell you. But if you didn't understand that police analogy, then you won't get it. The second thing, you said Betty Shabazz wouldn't allow. Malcolm was trying to get back in the Nation of Islam, and I'm gonna send you a tape. I'm gonna send you the actual recording of him talking to Abdullah Muhammad, begging to get back in the Nation of Islam. I'm gonna send that to you tonight on this line.
What year was that? What year and date was that?
Did he do it?
No, I'm asking.
No, I'm asking you. So he did do what you said he did. He was trying to get back in the. I'm gonna send it to you. No. I'm gonna send it to you, and you discover the year and date. I want you to. I don't want to tell you. I want you to discover all this by yourself when I send you all this information, and then you gonna come to that conclusion. I don't want to guide you. I want you to find your own conclusion. I want you to come with your own facts. Once you see,
if you're not going to tell the people who are listening the date and timestamp that conversation.
I'll put it in the chat. Okay, because I want to move on. I don't want to get stuck there because I don't have time. You said that Betty Shabazz wouldn't allow that in her house. See, that shows that you don't know the way the Nation of Islam is set up. Betty Shabazz did not run anything, and she was subordinate to Malcolm. Whatever Malcolm said we were doing, that's what she was doing. So for you to say Betty, he wasn't trying to get back in the Nation of Islam, and if he was, Betty wouldn't allow it. Betty had no say so. Betty didn't have any say so. The Muslim man runs the house. That's why I say you don't understand enough about Islam and the hierarchy of how it is ran. You don't understand the nuances of it. So that's why you can make certain statements. Betty wouldn't allow it. Betty had no say so in that home. The home is ran by a Muslim man. He is the head of the household. Whatever the man dictates is what the wife does. I'm pretty sure if you go back and revisit Malcolm X's book, he'll tell you that. Number two, number three, you talked about the FBI files. The reason, and it wasn't a New York, you keep saying the New York Daily News that he quoted, it wasn't New York Daily News. When you go back, you'll see what New York newspaper he said. That's when it comes to the FBI files and Cohen, you have to remember, which you were correct, Fred, when you said that you have to be careful reading those files because those files were written by people who had a government program to destroy it called COINTELPRO. So for what Dr. Wesley, and when you go back and watch the interview and chop it up, you're going to see that he was trying to help. He was just using that as a reference point, not the reference point. He was bringing out different points of reference to show you that he just wasn't using a primary source. You try to act like that it wasn't the New York Daily News, was a primary source. That was not a primary source. That was a source supporting what he said about Malcolm X trying to get back into the Nation of Islam. That's what he meant. So when you're trying to tear down his sources, that was a source, not a primary source. The primary source is what I'm going to send you tonight is Malcolm's own words trying to get back in the Nation of Islam. But once again, Fred, this is a hot subject, man. I wish we would take on all these subjects. I hope what we would do Martin Luther King next. I hope we would just start going and trying to understand what the United States government has done to us. So let's study the COINTELPRO program together. Let's go through all the FBI files about Medgar Evers and Marcus Garvey. Let's really, if you want to continue down this road, let's really do it genuinely. Let's don't stop at Malcolm X. Let's keep going because you opened up something that's beautiful and that is a touchy subject for a lot of us in certain communities that we really need. If we on truth seeking missions, let's don't stop. Let's find out the truth. Let's show how the government has been trying to manipulate black people, trying to destroy black people. Let's keep going. Can we do that, Fred, or not? Or we just gonna stick at the Malcolm X thing?
You got a platform.
I said we. No, I said we.
We'll do it on your platform. We'll do it on your platform.
So there ain't something you interested in doing?
No, I don't know what's next. I'm doing.
That's what I'm asking you. I'm asking you what's the game plan?
That's not what I'm passionate about currently. I'm passionate. About
okay, so we're gonna stick to the Malcolm thing because that's your passion. Cool. We'll keep dealing with it and flipping it around until you get to where you're looking for, and we all get the understanding that we need. But the narrative that Malcolm was going to expose Elijah Muhammad and wanted him dead. He told you what Dr. Wesley told you was not on.
10 seconds.
All right, okay. Peace to the third. Appreciate it, Fred. We're gonna get back tomorrow, man. It's a hot show, man. You opening up things. Keep it going. I bet the analytics on this shit gonna be crazy. But shout out to the third.
Appreciate you. I'm not sure if DB's still. I ain't seen him in the chat. DB.
He here.
Yes. Okay. I haven't seen his name in the chat in about an hour, so I'm not sure if he's here. And Malcolm Flex, go ahead.
Yeah, my brother. Based on what I'm saying, my brother, you don't want for other people what you want for yourself, because you clearly both dance around my question.
What was your question?
One of my questions was about your subscribers, right?
Okay,
Catching up.
And
you gave such a watered down answer, my brother. Just say that you don't want to do no time for nobody else's deeds. For one, you could have just easily just said that. You want to try to make it secular. And,
I don't want you to speak for me either. No man will ever speak. No man will ever speak for me. I told you my truth, and that's it. If a man
exactly but see, you want Dr. Wesley to give you a direct answer, but you can't give me a direct answer.
I did give you a direct answer.
No, sir.
You don't believe it. Okay,
no.
You got a minute. You got a minute left. Go ahead.
Brother. See, and we dealing with bias confirmation. So
everybody
really, you're biased.
I agree.
Based on your conversation, yes, because you say that Dr. Wesley is speaking for 10, 20 minutes. Really, you're not even listening to what he's saying, because of all of the information that he's saying. I got the same information on my channel, so you really wasn't listening for one.
I agree.
You weren't listening. You know what I mean? And you just showing your hypocrisy, bro. You talking about we're not afraid of the FBI files. I know, because I studied the files myself, all 10 major files. And nowhere in those 10 files, because the Honorable Elijah Muhammad was the most surveilled black man in America. Nowhere in those files it says that where the Honorable Elijah Muhammad specifically says he wanted to kill Malcolm X. Please show us in the FBI files where the Honorable Elijah Muhammad put a hit out on Malcolm X. And if I know I'm gonna be done in a second, because you know what? Because you lying, you're a hypocrite, and you show nothing but bias confirmation, bro. And you don't stand on truth, and you cower to people like Charleston White, because I'm gonna stand on that, because ain't nobody gonna disrespect Malcolm X in my presence, and I'm not even a follower of Malcolm X. Period. Peace.
You should just unsubscribe to the channel. How about you do that, nigga? Shit, I don't need you. But at the end of the day, I'm gonna say this. I don't know why people fancy over Charleston White. He's a comedian. If Chris Rock came in here and talked about Muslims, I would laugh. Simply put. I didn't invite you to the show. You came on your own. You stayed up to 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning. You know what I mean? Shit. I'm just saying this. At the end of the day, your free will, you have free will to come. You have free will to go. And I'm going to say this. The messenger of God who says we are peaceful people and does not suspend his son for saying he wants Malcolm X's tongue, that's a hypocrite. That's the definition of a hypocrite. I'm just interpreting history the way I understand it. Am I biased? There's a $10,000 painting behind me. Am I biased? I don't hide who I am. I don't hide who I am. I am who I am. And guess what? I'm going to stay that way. I'm going to be pro Malcolm to the day I die. And when I have a nigga that come on my platform who wants to pretend that every time I challenged him, he acted like he was passive aggressive. But y'all salute him for intellectually masturbating for 20 or 30 minutes. And y'all don't hold him accountable for cutting me off. Can I talk? Can I talk? Either gonna be a bitch or you gonna be a man. You don't call me a weasel and then say, oh, brother. Fuck that shit. Be a man. And if you're not holding Elijah Muhammad accountable, he died worth a few $1 million. And his family is full of laborers. Explain that. He died with a private jet and his family ain't worth millions. Explain that shit. He died without a will with 21 kids. Explain that shit. If you're going to be a man, be a man. I'll be damned if I left this earth and my kids got to go work for Mr. Scheinberg. I'll be damned if I let that shit happen. I'll be damned if I didn't take it, if I wasn't at my child's birth. How the fuck 8 women give birth by themselves without the father present? Name's not even on the damn birth certificate. Get the fuck out of here, man. Come on, man. Y'all got to make this shit make sense. Make this shit make sense. You know what y'all gonna say? Allah gonna get you. It's only one God. It's only one God. He's God, but he died of high bronchitis, asthma. That makes him human. No woman in the chat wants to give birth by themselves. Raise your hand if you're a woman in the chat and you want to give birth to your child by yourself. I rest my case. They water break and they got to depend on their sister, their grandma, to take them to the hospital. Y'all got to make it make sense. Even if you the 8th wife, don't you want the father there? Nah, you don't, because he's God. Because he's God. He's God, right? He's a messenger of God. Yeah, I'm a proud clown. Proud of it. And I'm not changing my stance. Elijah Muhammad died of high blood pressure. You talking about bacon? Make it make sense. Make it make sense. He obviously overindulged. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. And I'm going to stand on what I believe in to the day I die. I don't waver. Y'all niggas looking for a pie in the sky. You looking for a wheel in the sky to come save you. Heaven is on earth. Paradise is, how do we know there's a paradise? No one has ever came back from paradise. No one has ever came back from heaven and told you it's amazing up there. How the hell we can invent everything but a new life? We can invent everything, computers, cars, but we can't create another human. We can't bring him back to life. If you believe in him, you can believe in him. I'm just standing on the fact that the Nation of Islam played the role in the murder of Malcolm X. And Elijah Muhammad's greed, his selfishness played a role in that. He didn't want to get exposed. I got you, Desiree. He didn't want to get exposed. And that's the truth. Oh, you done, Desiree? I guess that's everybody. I don't know if y'all just listen. I think Batman and Mark and Hustle Sim just listening, right? So, but at the end of the day, y'all keep on believing that. Y'all keep on believing that. That nigga died. He died, man. He had a private jet. Private jet. built $1 million, and this is the 70s. Where'd that money come from? Where'd the money come from? Because the enrollment is declining. They're going to tell you it wasn't, but the enrollment was declining from 73 to 75. It was greatly declining. There was fractions. There was like multiple Muslim groups in America. Multiple. So I think that's it. I think everybody called in. I think that's it. You know what I mean? I think, oh, Mark Nash, you want to say something? Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Appreciate it, Fred. Hey, man, I'm gonna be honest. I gotta agree with you on that right there. That's 1,000,000% true. I'm a father. I remember me and my wife had a miscarriage prior to having the child we have now, and I couldn't imagine not being there for her, my daughter, my wife. But my phone about to die, so I guess.
Appreciate it. Batman, you just listening, right? I mean, I think you just listening, right, Batman? Or you want to say something else?
No, I wanted to say something.
Whoa, nigga, I thought you were just listening, man. My bad.
No, it ain't even about the Malcolm X situation, but it ain't even about the Malcolm X. This the what's his name? Mike Worry. He in the chat. Mike Worry. He was saying something in the chat while I was speaking, talking about some ducking shit. Look, man, I ain't with that shit, man. With the Devin Haney situation, we try to go back to it. Bill was on BFT TV. He told me to go to my brother and get what he wanted. My brother wanted $2.2 million. Bail. But they about to give Lenar, what's his name? Hey, Lenar is like $2 million or something.
Wow.
All right. So, you know what I'm saying? Look, man. I guess we ain't worth that. I guess the Mexican and the white motherfucker or whoever, Lomachenko and all them niggas worth that. We ain't worth that. So, you know what I'm saying? We not ducking nothing, man. The shit gone, man. Y'all let the pimp nigga, cloud y'all minds. Man, the shit, man, it wasn't our fault. It wasn't our fault. We tried to come back to it. He told me to go to my brother and ask my brother what he wanted. I can show you the snipes that I sent them what my brother wanted. I can show you. I can go on right in my email and show y'all I sent Bill what he wanted. And they never came back at us. So, you know what I'm saying? But Linares is worth what we wanted. Fuck out of here, man. But, man, great show, man.
It's a conversation that needs to be had. Like the Nation of Islam goes around all across America saying these narratives. No way Malcolm X wanted to come back. He couldn't come back. He was counting the day. They just tried to kill him in Los Angeles. 3 weeks before this, I'm telling you, 3 weeks before he was assassinated, they tried to kill him in Los Angeles.
Listen, this is what I know, though. I know people, man. I know people. Somebody wanted the man dead. That's why he died. Look, man, and I wanted to say this. I know white people hate me. I know when I go to places, white people look at me funny. But my whole life, white people ain't the ones that try to kill me. In my whole life, I got shot. All that. The white man ain't do that to me. It's a nigga that look like me that tried to kill me my whole life. My whole life. I mean, I ain't gonna say my whole life, my teenage years. When I was out here in the streets running hard, the white man ain't trying to kill me. Come on, man. Y'all niggas, man. All you motherfuckers that sit there and read shit that never been through nothing. Dog. won't they put the WhatsApp? Won't they put the actual conversations out? Put the actual conversations out. Fuck writing what the fuck was in the conversations. Put the actual won't y'all get the FBI to make the shit public? Them what you call it? What you call it when the WhatsApp man they was doing the WhatsApp illegally?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Alright, won't they put the shit out public? The shit fucking what? 40 to what? 50 years old? Put the tapes out. Put the real truth out.
It's gonna come out when this generation's gone. Trust me. It's gonna come out.
Come on, man. Motherfuckers was conspiring. And this how I know they was talking on fucking they was talking real reckless on them tapes. Cause niggas that's old as shit now, that's like was raised in the 70s, still talk reckless on the fucking phone. So I know it's shit on them wiretaps, on them conversations that's real vicious. I know it. Cause motherfuckers at that age talk on the phone like they talk to you like you in, you know what I'm saying, right there beside them. I know it. I know it. Cause I know people. And for real, Malcolm X got killed over a block, dog. That shit ain't nothing but the hustle game, but in a bigger fashion. That shit ain't nothing but the hustle game, but in a bigger fashion, man. Motherfucking Elijah Muhammad, the plug. That's why he living the way he was living. He had a lot of workers. Come on, man. He had a lot of workers, man. His predecessor is rich now, man. Come on, man. Stop that shit. That religious shit ain't nothing but a hustle, man.
It is a hustle.
Shit ain't nothing but a hustle. Cause at the end of the day, their followers, half of their followers are poor shit. And the man who's supposed to be the man is get the richest. This shit ain't nothing but a hustle. Look at a drug dealer. A drug dealer, he got a lot of followers. The people that come get the shit at the top is the nigga who's fucking supplying the shit is the richest. So the man who supplies the most knowledge is the richest. Stop this shit, man. That man got killed over. He got killed over popularity, dog. Of him being more popular than the nation. Come on, man. All you motherfuckers be trying to use all them big ass words and all that shit. That shit ain't about nothing. Won't you break it down for real for the motherfuckers who can't, that gotta go look in the dictionary to see what the fuck y'all really talking about? Won't you really break it down? The man got killed over popularity, dog. Cause he was bigger than something that somebody created.
Oh yeah. Let me get out of here, man. Appreciate you, man.
All right, man. Fred, man.
2 people waiting. I was like, fuck it. But yeah, appreciate you. We getting out of here. 2 people, man. Appreciate you. Thank you, man. Thank you. Go ahead, hustle, son.
Yeah, so
I only saw 2 people, and I was like, "Fuck it, just go ahead, man." You know what I mean? It's you and Mark Nash, and that's it. But go ahead.
okay, there was I got 2 points, man. For the person that had called earlier when they was talking about you was unprepared, this, that, and third. Y'all don't study the art of war. If y'all paid attention to what Fred was doing throughout the whole duration of the interview, he sat back and waited, pretty much like a snake in the bushes, waiting to pounce on his prey. Don't ever think this man not prepared. He a genius with that. Please don't think he's not prepared. He's always prepared. I promise you that. But Fred, I don't think I want to say is, man, keep doing what you're doing, man. I appreciate everything what you're doing. I understand, you know what I'm saying, what spectrum that you on. You got a passion for what you have and what you want and what you're trying to find. And it's almost like religion. Everybody has a particular like belief system that they want that gives them like their own I want to say
Power, encouragement,
that,
strength.
yeah, that's it. You know, everybody has their own. And just like you have your own, know what I'm saying, like reasoning for what you want. Nobody has the right to tell you what you're doing is wrong. You know what sustains you. You know what you need, know what I'm saying, to like keep you going. And you have to, know what I'm saying, you got to have it for yourself. That's your own personal thing for you. And I encourage you to keep doing that. People
Thank
may
you.
not agree with it. People may not agree with it.
Yeah,
But
I'm not.
that's what it is.
And it's a
And
20-year project, man. Hustle son, it's a 20-year project. I think I'm mature enough to finally get it done. You know what I mean? I spent $1,500 to go fly to Chicago out of my own money, $2,000, however much it cost. It was a lot. Shit, you know, understand what I'm saying? So, I mean, at the end of the day, this is my journey that I am on.
Right.
Just like other people on their journey. And if you don't agree with the truth, with what I believe, I'm comfortable with it. I'm
right.
going
And
to
and,
that
and,
night.
and that's what I'm saying. It's like I say, you know, people may be Muslim, Baptist, Catholic, whatever. What you want is like your own understanding, like what happened, what occurred. You have your own understanding, your own feeling, or whatever, your own connection to Malcolm.
Oh God.
This is what you want. This is what you want. So can't nobody, you know what I'm saying, determine or dictate how far you need to go, to what extent you need, where it needs to be at, or whatever. That I mean, being honest, you know what I'm saying, is like really disrespectful, you know what I'm saying, for a person, for their own person, you know what I'm saying, like satisfaction. You know what I mean? So, brother, keep doing what you're doing. Get the answer that you want to get. You know what I'm saying? Get what you want to get. If anybody in the chat feels like what he has or what he discovers, whatever applies to your life, get it. If you don't feel like, you know what I'm saying, what he discovers, whatever don't apply to you, dismiss it. It's his. And that's all I got to say, brother. Love you.
Appreciate it. Thank you, dog. Thank you. Mark Nash, and then we ended on Kyle. How about that? We ended on Kyle. Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Appreciate it, bro. Hey, what I was trying to say before my phone ended, yeah, man, I can't fathom not being there for my children. You right. You shouldn't die with millions and your children have nothing. Right? So I agree with you on that. My question for you though, where do you think the interview went left? Was it at the when he's was it the Weasel moment? Because I feel like it was already a lot of tension before we got there. The other question I had from my first call, I didn't get answered. Like, are you with this Inquisition? Are you working on a film? Is it a book? Or are you just seeking truth? I was just curious about that. You know, what your personal
all the above.
Awesome. You also said something. You said, "Hey, man, I'm not going to waver. I'm going to stand on what I'm saying." If presented different evidence to the contrary, are you able to say, "Hey, I'm wrong," or are you one of those people saying, "No, I got to stand on that. I don't care what you show me. What I believe is what I believe." But because I don't get that from you when I hear you talk, you seem pretty open-minded. But who knows, when situations like this is very sensitive and you're dealing with people's core beliefs, and you know, people can be like that where they just stand on whatever their square is. So that's, but I ain't gonna lie, you did hold on to that clip, because I saw that clip of the young lady who was talking about the hoes. You held on to those clips like the big joker and the little joker in spades, man. I was like,
I did because I wanted y'all to hear his lies. I wanted y'all to hear him intellectually masturbate on y'all, because I know that's what he was going to do. If I would have played the John Ali clip, who was basically Elijah Muhammad's best friend, don't you know John Ali distributed and collected the thousands of dollars from the mosque? Don't you know that was one of his job responsibilities? A primary source, which I'm going to re-interview personally, Bob Arum again. And Bob Arum said in the interview, "You didn't believe all these stories I told you?" Every time Bob and I have a private conversation, about 60% of the time, I always ask him about the 60s. Always, he'll tell you when the camera's off. I say, man, what happened between you? Because I'm just so fascinated with that, right? And he said that he would go in the back and give John Ali 50%, and he would extract the cost of the fight or whatever it calls, the operational cost, and give it to him.
That was just like a side deal they had set up or something?
Oh, no, they had a promotional company called Main Bouts. Main Bouts. And John Ali was in control of the money. So John Ali, man, that's why I said I wish I could have had. That's why I got to get this done before he dies. I'm not wishing death upon him. I just know he's 94. And that's why it's so important for me. It's so because the things that he told me. See, I can't use them as quotes with Wesley Muhammad because he gonna say, "Oh, you making that shit up." But the Nation of Islam played a great role in the murder of Malcolm X.
Now, I heard him admit that. I'm wrapping it up, Fred, but the way he frames it is if they were bad actors, they went rogue. They went against the will of what they were told. So I did hear him say that, and I don't think nobody can deny that, right? So that's pretty much it for me. The last thing, two things. Can we get the JFK episode? Can we get this JFK Inquisition? Because
I'm not that I did that. I did that a long time ago.
I gotta go check the tape. I gotta check the whole playlist.
No, not on the channel, but I've done that. I've talked to Bob about that too, because he worked for JFK. He'll tell you.
Yes, I looked up Bob Arum. Yes, he did. A lot of people don't know that. Before he got into boxing, yeah, Bob, brilliant lawyer, right? So the last thing I wrote these down. Do you feel like you as an interviewer may have got a little emotional? Emotional has a negative connotation, right? Especially in the boxing space. Do you feel like you are too attached, and once he started, intellectually masturbating, you feel, hey, this guy's trying to play me? Because you actually said, I got to stand up for myself. What's the point of having a guest if you don't want the guest to talk, or if you feeling like they're challenging you? And with that, I ain't gonna hold you. Thank you so much for having me on. It means a lot to me and my audience whenever they see me over here. And for all of y'all keep calling him Silent Heroes in the chat, y'all are new because we call him Fred. But, all right, man. Thank you so much, bro. Salute.
Appreciate you. I'll say this. Let me being Colin. Yeah. I don't give a fuck if y'all are. See, I am. And this is just how I feel. I don't care how we get to the finish line. You can curse. You can fight. You can tell the truth. But the goal is to get to the finish line. I don't give a fuck if I was passionate. Y'all, I don't give a fuck. I don't care if we curse. I don't care either way. Let's just get to the truth. Can we get to the truth? And I was willing, honestly. I came in, and when he said, "Oh, we can just get straight to it," y'all didn't account for that. Y'all didn't account for that. Y'all didn't account for that. Y'all didn't account for how the interview started. Let's just get right to it. How about if I would have said that as the person interviewing? Let's just get right to it. Oh, Fred, you being mean. You being this. You being And then I said, oh, okay, well, let's go. So did he have a motive? Nah, probably not. And I don't care. I don't fucking care. I can give two shits. I might go eat a pork chop sandwich right now. I don't give a fuck with bacon on it. I don't give a fuck. Y'all. But you know what I am going to do? I'm going to go run 5 miles in the morning. I'm going to work for myself. That's what I'm going to do. And I don't give a fuck if y'all don't come back. Call me coon. Call me whatever you want. I don't give a fuck. Y'all can do what y'all want to do. But I'm going to tell you one thing. You wouldn't want your daughter doing that shit. I'll tell you that damn much. Wesley Muhammad is the truth. He is. He is the truth. Shit. Give two shits. He's the truth. He came on. I respect him that he came on. But when a man throws a rock and hides his hand, I know I'm dealing with a coward. And I know. Oh, but wait, you won't let me talk. Huh? You cut me off, and then you cower. Y'all heard it. Oh, brother, you won't let me talk. And then he cuts me off. So I know the type of man I'm dealing with. So y'all go ahead and keep on believing that doctrine. Y'all can do whatever the hell you want. I'm standing on my square. It's about integrity. It's about truth. It's about having the courage to say what you believe in. Don't you know how many people are actually thinking what I'm saying and go their whole life without saying it? Don't you know Louis X is not the same man as Louis Farrakhan? Oh, y'all gonna do? No, he's not the same man. He's not the same man. Y'all too afraid. Y'all leaning on religion. In a Christian church, if Creflo Dollar go buys a private plane, what do y'all do? How the hell he using the parishioners' money to go buy a private jet and live in that big house? Let me bring you in, Kyle. That's it, Kyle. How are you gonna do that? How are we gonna? But if your person you believe in goes and lives in $1 million house and a mansion and has a private jet and has the newest Cadillac, it's acceptable. Y'all don't want to deal with that truth. Because if that was a Christian church, you would say, oh, that's a misappropriation of funds. How big do you want your house to be? How much, man? Come on, man. Y'all got to make this make sense, dog. Y'all got to make it make sense. Y'all got to make it make sense, man. Because y'all change the truth when it condemns you.
Duffy, you still down here?
When it condemns you, you change your truth. Go ahead, Kyle.
Nah, I just didn't like how he didn't let you finish. You know what I'm saying? And then he got the fuck up out of here. Like when he
knew I was coming. He knew I was coming.
Listen,
because I was gonna drop them FBI. Okay, man. He knew I was coming. He knew the SmackDown was coming.
Listen, let me go and then I'm gonna let you know how we do. You know how we do, Fred. Because I'm gonna give it to you, and I know you're gonna pour it on. Listen, the thing is, he didn't let you talk, right? Or he didn't let you finish. As soon as you was about to get into it, his 11 minutes was up. But his 11 minutes was up 11 minutes ago. You know what I'm saying? When he was getting his stuff off, he went past the 11 minutes. But as soon as you start cooking and it started getting hot, he said, "You know what? No, I'm getting the fuck up out of here. You disrespecting the honorable Elijah Muhammad. I gotta go." You know what I'm saying? So my thing is this: he gotta come back on. He gotta face the music.
He don't want that because guess what? He gonna have to explain all these primary evidences I have. He don't want that shit because he ducked because he know Khalil Muhammad lived with Elijah Muhammad for 14 years. He don't want to deal with that shit. Nobody wants to deal with that. They're gonna say, "Oh, she's lying. She changed her tune. She's older." Older people say, "I got more behind me than I got in front of me." I'm just gonna tell it like it is. So, yeah.
And I just don't like how every time you was coming up with a great point, he'll cut you off. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, bruh, damn, bruh, like, you know, and it's like every time you came with something, he'll cut you off real quick, right before you finna, like right when you finna go. Listen, if you didn't play that clip of Muhammad Ali's ex-wife, we would have never got as far as we did. You playing that clip, that's what really got him like, oh shit. He got some shit that I didn't know he had. You know what I'm saying? And then if you'd have played that interview, that you went, what's his the one you went to Chicago and got.
Mm-hmm.
If you'd have played some of them clips, come on, man.
I got it. I got it. We sitting at dinner. We sitting at dinner. I mean, and he says it. We wanted him dead. I said, and then my camera wasn't on when he said, I said, wait, I got to put this here. Because I didn't want to record without him knowing. So I put it in the middle of the table, but I put it face down because, it don't make sense. It's looking up at the ceiling. So I put a picture over it. And I said, say it again. What'd you say? And that's exactly what he said. And he called me Tuesday thanking me for the interview. This is stuff that sometimes when people is knocking at death's door, I don't know what it is. We're going to get there one day, Kyle, God willing. We get there in a long time from now. I don't know what's in his head. We spent 9 hours together.
You know what it is? You know what it is, though, Fred? They know they can't get to the other side without getting this off their chest. These are skeletons they done had for 50, 60 years, dog. We talking about 1965.
Yeah. And then you know what else he said? Wallace Muhammad knew he was dead. That's why he came back. Dude, wait till I drop this interview. Wait, dog, I'm telling you, my God, that's why I have to finish this before John Ali comes back, before he passes, because that's why I want to shoot this in June. It's important that I get this because he is a primary resource for this project I'm working on. He's a primary. He's primary, and I intentionally went out to. Yeah, I was there for a day. I wish I would have stayed 2 days.
So Fred, the only thing that I'm scared of is now that this interview today came out, that buddy might try to get in the way of this. You know what I'm saying?
How?
Well, I mean, listen, it's still at the end of the day, they all, Nation Islam is Nation Islam. So, they got, it's a hierarchy. So he talked to the Farrakhan, and Farrakhan said, man, don't talk to that cat. You know what I'm saying? Same way yeah.
Don't care.
I'm just hoping that that's not how it goes. I mean, because you're doing a hell of a job, because you getting script by script, piece by piece. You know what I mean? Man, it's an amazing thing, man. You missed the whole damn show, Fred. We had a good one, man.
Was DB over there? I ain't seen him in the chat in God knows how long.
And then Trent was like, man, Fred's still on. I said, he what? Because you had froze up.
Oh yeah, I did.
He froze up, so I was like, well, shit, I guess I'm starting because he froze. Yeah. So I started at 12. So shit, yeah, man, we had a good little run though, man. But I had to come back here and holler, man. But shit, I'm gonna go to sleep, man. You know what time I gotta be up for work.
Yeah. So. In 2 hours. Appreciate you.
All right.
Appreciate you, man. Thank you. So at the end of the day, man, I'll say we getting out of here now. I appreciate y'all hanging in there. And I'm just gonna play this clip for y'all because y'all say, I heard somebody say, I'm a coon, I'm white. Well, Louis Farrakhan is not opposed to white people. Your leader is not opposed to white people. Your leader is not opposed to white people. How about we play the clip
and begin to reprocess their people?
Sir. Yeah, Minister Farrakhan. Yes. Dr. King dreamed of the day that children will be recognized by the content of their character, not the color of their skin. Do you see a day when whites will be allowed to join the black Muslims?
Yes. Yes. I must say this. Some of my own brothers.
Let's just leave it there, man. He said yes. Okay. So at the end of the day, y'all do what you want, believe what you want to believe. I don't care if you don't come back. I didn't ask you to stay up. I didn't ask you to stay here for 5 hours and listen to this show, but you couldn't help yourself. No matter what you put in the comment section, I'm not changing who I am. I'm not changing what I believe to be true. You go find your truth and get out of the way of other people's finding their truth. I'm not objecting you go, but at the end of the day, Elijah Muhammad would not have let a white person in the nation. But actuality, this is not his. nation. He built it on his own. And John Ali calls Louis Farrakhan a fraud. John Ali, who was Elijah Muhammad's right-hand man from 60 to 69, then he left. And then from 71 to 75, he just was a member of the Nation of Islam. All right. Millions of dollars went through John Ali's hand. And feel free to call me an agent. Don't care. Call me a coon. Don't care. Because that's the same thing y'all called Malcolm. I'm not comparing myself to him. But when someone don't agree with the nation, they call him a coon, an agent. Okay. Y'all think everyone in the nation is God? So anyways, man, DB's not here. So I know this was a heavy topic for him. And that's it. So I appreciate y'all coming in here, man. And don't subscribe. Don't come back. I don't give a fuck. I don't need your subscribership. I don't need you. Don't come back. Go to the mosque on Sunday. Have a great time. I'm not changing. And I'm going to continue to seek my truth. And if my truth opposes your truth, don't watch it. Simply put. If you don't want Charleston White on the show, don't watch it. Because everyone is welcome here. Like Wesley Muhammad. Barbershop Conversations, man. I appreciate y'all coming in here. And in the words of the great DB, play the song, Fred. Oh, man. Don't come back. I don't need your ass, nigga. I don't need you. Don't come back. Wesley Muhammad had to get out of here when he heard that primary source, though. He was reading articles and quoting the FBI, and I was letting him, and y'all thought I was falling behind. Really, I was up by 50. He didn't want me to bring the other primary quotes out. He didn't want that. Oh, man. He had to go after he heard that. I didn't call him hoes. Khalila Muhammad, who says Elijah Muhammad taught her how to make a bean pie. And she ain't hiding it. So y'all go figure that out. So because the devil is on. It's all in what you do. Hey, some things you gotta do. Hey, 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 hey. Fist fight for millions. Elijah Muhammad, women in the nation didn't have any rights. Explain that one. Explain that one. They wasn't leaders. Right? Right? Oh, man. Right? They didn't. I don't see them being decision makers. It's my personal statement. Running game like I'm A6. Games to be the greatest, yeah. Bobbing and weaving and changing up like a season and do it to the grind. So I do it for all my people. Jabbing the competition, back up against the rope. She fighting for recognition. I'm fighting just to promote equality where we lack it. While cancer slowing our road. I'm confident we'll make it. We focus on common goals. Yeah. So I appreciate y'all, man. Y'all have a great night, man. And it's just us tomorrow night. So I appreciate y'all. Jordan, he don't want no rematch clause because I'm not even gonna play with him. I'm not gonna set him up. I'm just gonna close the show. I'm just gonna be Mariano Rivera in the 9th round. How he gonna refute primary sources? How he gonna refute John Ali? How he gonna refute John Ali? Because the devil is a lie. Hey, Hey, I'm telling you the truth. Hey, it's all in what you do. Hey, some things you gotta do. Hey, hey. Love y'all. I'm gone. Peace.